Redlands there in lane 2, coming back to his blocks here. Offering a high five to his competitor from East Texas Baptist.
Love to see it.
I think that would throw me off as I'm trying to high five me as I'm getting ready for the blocks, but
we're shaking things out a little bit. We'll climb on in there and get you a race here very soon.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. You didn't miss much as it will be recorded. Well, I mean, you missed a lot, but you didn't miss that much that you'll be able to watch it back. We're now on Heat 2 of the men's 4x1. Welcome back. We'll get you all caught up here in a second.
Yeah, action on the track. We've been through the women's 4x1 and then the first heat of the men's, but Heat 2 taking to the track now, and we'll give you a quick recap of where everything stands after this race.
And they're off.
And they're off, as we mentioned before the stream came back on. This heat is absolutely loaded, featuring the returning champions in Wisconsin lacrosse as they hit the first baton exchange. And it looks like lacrosse still maintaining that stagger, but they're losing it a little bit heading into exchange 2.
Yeah, look for East Texas Baptist to make up some of this right now. But here's on the outside, look, Oshkosh and John Carroll. But Jalen Grant of Oshkosh pulling away to ensure their spot in the final. But that's huge for John Carroll to get that team into the final. They have a bunch of distance runners, and getting a 4x1 in there is big.
42-8, so not quite as quick as heat number 1.
Yeah, Wisconsin Oshkosh getting the automatic. Same with John Carroll. And we will pull up who is automatically into tomorrow's final. For the big Qs, the automatic qualifiers, Benedictine, Wisconsin Oshkosh, John Carroll, and Dubuque, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Wisconsin Lacrosse, McMurray, Westminster, and Springfield all qualify. So Wartburg just missing out. That's going to be big for some team battle implications. Coming into the meet, them and John Carroll were tied with entries, based on entries at 40, and John Carroll might have just taken an advantage here with getting that team to the final. Some notables not making it. East Texas Baptist, they had an all-time time of 6th this season. Unfortunately, will not be moving on. Benedictine and Oshkosh about 0.2 ahead of John Carroll. Wow.
Yeah, starting strong this weekend with some awesome action in the 4x1s. And we're going to switch things up from the fast people to the mid-distance folks as we move to the preliminary rounds of the women's 1,500 meters. And before those ladies take their mark, we're going to shoot you over to long jump and bring you an update on that competition.
So they just started here. They're on their 6th jumper coming into in the women's long jump. On the runway right now is Demetria Johnson from Dubuque. As mentioned, they need some scorers here this weekend. They have some throwers. They just got their 4x1 into the final, and so Demetria is hoping to get the jump started on the right foot. No pun intended.
That was a good one.
Thank you. Had a lot of board left.
Yeah, on the long jump, you want to be as close to that line as possible. You don't want to leave any inches on the board. And as the women take the line in the 1500 prelim, we're going to shoot you over there, and we will run you through this field. Here they go.
In the women's 1500, we got the first heat on the track. So this will be 2 heats of 11, top 4 from each heat, plus the next 4 fastest. Sadie Haringa of Calvin, Margaret Trotner of Caltech, Caitlin Van Balen of UChicago, Annika Urban, Emory, Abby Scott Williams, Natalie Battetti, CMS, Esther Seelan, Messiah, Surika Teme Bapit of UChicago, Zanzi Demko of Oshkosh, Megan Wirtz of Mount Union, and Maddie Hannon of Wisconsin Lacrosse.
There's a clear favorite in this first heat, isn't there, Stu?
Yeah, you're looking at the 6th best 1,500-meter runner of all time, Esther Seelan, there in the Messiah jersey. She'll be going, this is actually her first time running the 1,500-meter at the national meet. She doubled last in indoors in the 3K and 800, but this will be her first attempt at doubling outdoors. She's won the last 3 800-meter titles, and she's going to be looking to add a 1,500-meter to it. We were talking on the drive over what this weather would do to some of these races, and they're out, for them in the 75, that's 5-minute pace. A lot of these women are under. Their PRs are 4:35 or faster, so this is a little bit, just comfortable for them right now as they're figuring each other out. You don't want to spend all your energy in this prelim. You want to get to the final as easy as possible.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see things start to ramp up a little bit over the course of this race, but yeah, also plays into the hands of the next heat, so they'll know exactly how fast they have to run, and it shouldn't be too difficult for them to take it out in a faster first lap than what we just saw.
Sarika Teme Bapit of UChicago currently in the lead with Esther Seelan and Abby Scott right with. You can tell the pace is comfortable for all these women as all 11 are grouped up, kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here. Keep your eye on Zamzi Demko there in UW Oshkosh, hip number 9. She ran 4:49 in the anchor to get her team to the DMR. She has 2:10 800 speed as Sadie Haringa of Calvin trying to get around the pack on the turn here as they head into 800 meters.
Sealand has maybe a 10-second advantage in terms of seed time on just about on everybody basically in this heat. So she's going to be pretty content to watch this race play out, I think, until it really gets down to crunch time.
Yeah, she's gonna race today, tomorrow, and potentially 2 races on Saturday. So as you said, control that effort early on. But it seems at the 900-meter mark that they are okay with this pace as it starts to pick up a little bit, and that's Sadie Haringa again on the outside, running the most distance to get this pace honest as Margaret Trotner in Caltech. She's boasting a 2:08 800-meter PR, and she'll be in the 800 tomorrow as well. But 10 women all together right now as they come down to the bell lap.
Haringa is one of the athletes in this field who really saw a big personal best this year to qualify. We had a few athletes dropping 10, 17 seconds. Haringa with a 6-second PB to get into this race.
Week over week, too, not just in general. That was pretty impressive. As they hit the bell, 3:27 at the bell. So if they run, a 70-second, that's going to be in the high, mid 4:30s. As still, top 4 gets you an automatic qualifier tomorrow.
It looks like the nerves are kicking in just a little bit as we're starting to see some shuffling around in that pack. You don't want to leave it too late, and you want to stay out of danger. You don't want to risk catching a foot and going down. Yeah,
and that's Margaret Trotner now taking over as she's still maybe on the outside. It's hard to tell in this angle at the hit 200 meters to go. But it's Trotner, Haringa, Seelan, Abby Scott, Caitlin Van Balen, Zamzi Demko, 5 women, 6 women for 4 spots as they come down the home stretch.
They'll hit that little bit of a headwind, but I don't think it's going to slow them down much. We're going to be 6 wide for that second spot.
And here comes Demko on the outside with Annika Urban. I don't think they realize what's going on.
All right, now we've got 4 clearing out.
It's going to be Esther Seelan, Sadie Haringa, Zanzi Demko, and Annika Urban automatically qualifying 4:32. They dropped a 65-second last lap there.
Yeah, it actually ended up with a fairly quick time.
That might be a few personal bests for some of these women.
Off such a slow start, that's surprising, but they really closed it down hard.
There you see there, 4:32.81 for Esther. Annika Urban, she's going to be in the 5K on Saturday. Zanzi Demka will be in the 800. Sadie Haringa will be in the 5K. Maddie Hannon there is your first one in right now, depending on what happens on the next heat.
Yeah, those times were fairly quick, definitely quicker than I anticipated after watching their first few hundred meters. So, yeah, there's definitely going to have to be some urgency here in the second heat.
Yeah, especially if you look at some of the PRs here on the next heat. You know, they range from 4:26 as the leader all the way to 4:35. So you have a few women here that are going to have to run close to their personal best to get into this final.
Yeah, you imagine that being kind of a psychological battle, seeing that time flash on the screen and knowing that you're going to have to be your best ever just to get into the final.
As Heat 2 lines up on the track, we'll introduce you to the 11 women. Once again, it's top 4 from each heat plus the next 4 best. So 12 in the final there. Hip 1, Lucy Gagan of Williams. Hip 2, Hope Murphy of Baldwin Wallace. Hip 3, Caroline Schultz of Wisconsin Eau Claire. Hip 4, Brenna Sclair of George Fox. Laura Zimmer of CMS. Maddie Kelly of U Chicago. Cassie Kearney of Middlebury. Emily Konkas of WashU. Brittany McCauley of Mount Union. Jillian Roeder of MIT. Windsor Ardner of SUNY Geneseo. And Noah, the biggest name in the 1500/mile that I never mentioned.
Ella Barron.
Ella Barron, scratching from the 1500 to focus on the 5K. She was the indoor national record holder. Also ran the 7th best time outdoors. One of 7 women to break 4:20 in the 1500. It might be 6. I might have my facts wrong here as Hope Murphy takes the lead here.
Yeah, you're a great athlete when your absence has an impact on the race, and so she's definitely opened the door to a lot of these women to really dream about a national title.
So that's Hope Murphy and Windsor Ardner. Ardner from SUNY Geneseo, Hope from Baldwin Wallace, which is nearby, which is a little advantage for some of these colleges close to Cleveland, that they get to sleep in their own beds and not have to worry about traveling as they come up to 400-meter mark.
Yeah, we'll try to give you at least a rough idea of the split. Actually, we can give you a perfect idea of the split here. But, yeah, as we complete one full lap, it looks like maybe a 72. Do you have the stat up there?
I don't think they have a marker over there, so we can't get you that. It'll be all from the eye. But, yeah, around a 72 as Emily Konkas of WashU joins the conversation in the lead.
So we're out a little bit quicker than that first heat, which is good for people dreaming about time qualifiers, but we'll see if they can keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, for some of these women, Hope Murphy is going to be, this is her only event. Same with Lucy Gagan. Cassie Kearney is coming in with a 2:08 PR, as you can see, kind of shaking out her arms there.
There's not a lot of national meet experience, at least on the individual level, in this heat. We have a lot of women in their first 1,500 individual event at these national championships.
Yeah, some of them have been on relays like the DMR, but you're right. A lot of first time getting out those nerves and jitters as they hit the 700-meter mark in 2:07. So for all you at home, 2:07 at 700 meters, what's that calculate to for a full 1,500-meter? We'll be back with the answer here shortly.
We've got the stat guys in the back crunching away on their computers, but to give you a better split, maybe it looks like about 225, 226 coming through.
Yeah, so much quicker
mark,
here. Yeah. And if they can hold on, you can see there Laura Zimmer of CMS. You don't want that gap to form as she kind of picks back up and latches back onto the train. You want to stay connected here. But you can tell this is still a fairly comfortable pace for a lot of these women as all 11 are all basically together here, but it looks like maybe 7 or so are starting to pull away.
Yeah, we're just starting to string out just a little bit on this coming into this home stretch for the penultimate time.
You can tell that, these 7 women who are together are all bunched up. It's not in a single file line. So if they're still running together, they're happy with this pace. And Emily Konkas from WashU, she dropped 7 seconds in a week to qualify for this 1,500 meter, and will be in the 5K later on as the pack dwindles now to 7 with a lap to go.
They hit the bell. They see the time on the screen. They know what it's going to take. There's still plenty of company there that you are definitely not secure in that top 4.
They had about a 5-second advantage here from last heat. So they have some time to play with, but I don't think they want to play with it as they are going. Cassie Kearney of Middlebury takes the lead here with 250 meters to go, and she's extending that lead.
Yeah, it looks like she's got 1 or 2 strides here on the backstretch.
And there's Maddie Kelly. She was on that U Chicago DMR team that placed 4th indoors. With 150 to go, Kearney extended her lead, and that's Windsor Ardner as well as Hope Murphy and Emily Konkis try to stay in that top 4, but Maddie Kelly has something to say about it as she swings wide to go down the home stretch, but Cassie Kearney walking away with this.
Yeah, we're not even really seeing her shut it down at all.
So they need to keep pushing here because they're going to get on time if they can keep going.
We're going to have some turnover here in this 4th spot.
Wow, 427 takes it for Cassie Kearney, Windsor Ardner, Hope Murphy, and maybe on the outside was that Mount Union?
I couldn't quite tell.
We'll see as they populate the graphic there. But there's Cassie Kearney, as we mentioned, in first. Windsor Ardner in 2nd. Hope Murphy in 3rd. And the final, I guess it won't matter because both of them are all faster. Brittany McCauley of Mount Union, I think that's a PR for her.
I did not think today was going to run as fast as it seems to, but I was wrong.
Yeah, they are not messing around as the qualifiers are now announced, as you see on the screen there, or at least that was Heat 2. But we'll run through the qualifiers for you. The big Qs: Cassie Kearney, Windsor Ardner, Hope Murphy, Brittany McCauley, Esther Seelan, Annika Urban, Zanzi Demko, Sadie Haringa. And now the last 4, actually it was a clean split, 2 and 2. So Maddie Kelly from Heat 2, Abby Scott from Heat 1, Maddie Hannon from Heat 1, and Caroline Schultz of Eau Claire from Heat 2.
Looks like about a 1/4 of a second to the first one out. So,
and now the men are lining up in the 1500. We have
we're rolling right along here.
Rolling through the action here as you see some of the fans in the stands. And now we pan to the men's 1500. We'll introduce you to Heat 1. Isaac Aldifer of Eastern Mennonite, Justin Kraus, Wisconsin Whitewater, Aiden Ryan of Williams, Cal Yakin of Otterbein, Ryan Harvey of Loris, Bennett Booth Genthi of Pomona Pitzer, Scott Sikorsky of Rochester, Jacob Ritterhoff, WashU, Michael Maddock of La Crosse, and Jamie Moreland of Haverford. This heat is loaded.
And Stu, if I'm looking at this correctly, I'm just going to update our backwards hat counter for the folks at home.
The folks at home.
We have 3 backwards hats.
Wow.
in this first prelim.
3? Where's I only see 2.
Yeah, we've got
there it
black
is.
hat
There's
over here, yeah.
Maddock. Yep.
I mean, the biggest story here is we've got defending mile champion from indoors in this heat.
Yep, and also just the depth of the men's 1500 as well. 50th on the list was 350 point. It took a 347 to get in. Sorry, 348 was the 348.24 was the last time in, which is incredible. There was over 41 guys that broke 350 this year. And in this heat, we have the mile record holder. We have Jacob Ritterhoff, last year's outdoor runner-up, and then some All-Americans from indoor as Scott Sikorsky takes the lead right now. I had a chance to speak with him yesterday. He's got a 150 PR, but he kind of saw how the 800 was shaking up, and he's had some of his best mile workouts of his life, and he opted to go all in on this 1500. He was 10th last year, so he's looking to get into that All-American position.
Yeah, definitely respect that, especially when you have that 150, 149 kind of speed if you get into a championship race and it goes out slow. I mean, you have as good a shot as anybody of coming away with a really high placing.
Yeah, someone else to keep your eye on here is Bennett Booth from Pomona Pitzer. He's got 149 speed as well. Similar to Scott, he opted out of the 15-8 double, going all in on the 1500. You know, they didn't compete a lot indoors. He was building his strength up. He ran his first ever 5K in 14:30. So he's feeling really fit. As you saw, kind of Aiden Ryan there across the screen. But, yeah, again, all of them are in contention here as they come up to the 700-meter mark with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this 800 split because it doesn't. I mean, they're strung out a little bit. They're not jogging.
150 through 7, so it's probably going to be around 206, 207 most likely. We'll see here.
Yeah, definitely within the wheelhouse of all these guys so far, but we're definitely seeing an acceleration on the backstretch here as the top three start to string out.
204-ish, 205-ish. You know, someone to keep an eye on here. He's in the back of the pack right now with the glasses is Jamie Moreland. In his conference race, he dropped a 54-second last 400 to take the crown. At the time, he was only a 350 guy, and so he qualified here with a 347 as Scott Sikorsky continues to lead this. He's not messing around. He wants to get to that final.
Yeah, I was wondering if he might get a couple more strides. He's definitely content to push it from the front, but they're not giving him too long of a leash.
As they head into they have a headwind, right?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a headwind coming down this way.
Something to note here, Aiden Ryan right now, he's outside that top 4.
Yeah, when you see an athlete of his caliber, you wonder if maybe he's coming off a little bit of an injury or something. It's hard to tell, but he's going to be fighting to get into this final as the field kind of goes by him.
Sikorsky, Ryan Harvey, Ritterhoff, Cal Yakin, and Michael Maddock, the 5 that have broken away here. As mentioned, it's going to be top 4 then the next 4. So top 4 from each sheet and then the next 4.
Sikorsky may be relinquishing the lead here, but he's fighting him off the shoulder.
He's got a great inside position. The backward hat count of 3 is pushing to get to the final as they're all in the top 5. But here comes Jamie Moreland. As mentioned, he has some wheels. Once we get around this final curve, you'll see it unleashed.
He's running so strong.
Sikorsky basically from the gun. Yeah. Wow, here comes Moreland.
Here comes everybody.
Jamie Moreland and Justin Kraus on the outside. Who's going to take it?
Wow,
Moreland.
I can't tell for that 4th spot.
And for those that are going to see Aiden Ryan here, he is grimacing as he comes across the finish line here. Gives a wave. He's probably hurt. He gave a wave like that might be his weekend.
Yeah, tough to see him finish his 1,500-mile career like that in Division III, but you know, it's great to see him out there. I mean, he's got a lot of great running ahead of him.
Yeah, but there's Jamie Moreland on your screen there with the glasses. His patented kick, 349 in the prelim. We kind of thought it would be a little tactical there, but it was not. As we head into Heat 2 here, and we'll get some more information on Aiden Ryan, but some big names not moving on to tomorrow. The 1,500 is open. It is open. Aiden Ryan, unfortunately hurt. Bennett Booth finishing outside of the top 5.
As Heat 2 takes to the track, we'll run through their names real quick. Ezra Ruggles, Jack Rosencans, Sam Verkerke, Sam Laneza, Daniel Sealand, Nicholas Hoffman, Stephen Potter, Alexei Seletsky, Calvin Boone, Wyatt Kelly, and probably the biggest name, well, definitely the biggest name here is Ezra Ruggles from SUNY Geneseo.
Yep, he's coming in with the top seed of 344. Also on that SUNY Geneseo DMR team, he led off in a 2:56 in indoors, and he's going to go straight to the front there with Jack Rosencrans of Pomona Pitzer. Jack had a big PR this season to jump into the national qualifying as Stephen Potter of Oshkosh joins the mix. He'll be doing a 15,800 double. You know, there also is a true freshman in here from St. Scholastica, Calvin Boone. He was running 4:14 during indoors, had a 5-second PR to qualify here on the last day. So he's excited to be here, rocking the headband and hoping to put himself into the mix here.
That's Ezra Ruggles sitting in 3rd there, just kind of keeping his eye on his surroundings.
Yeah, Daniel Sealand of CMS. This is his first national meet for CMS. He's been there his entire career, has improved steadily across his time, and now is rewarded with a trip to the national meet as 2 Skyak runners lead going 1-2 with Rosencrans and Sealand. And there's the freshman Calvin Boone. Add the backwards hat count to 4.
We are up to 4 with one headband, but I don't think we can count the headband.
So we're at 4. We had 4 from indoor. We'll see if we get any more here today or tomorrow or on Saturday, but right now it's 4. We won't count them if they wear it on Saturday.
0 forward hats so far.
Well, yeah, you don't want to wear it forward. That's not cool. As Rosencrantz leads now into the home stretch, they'll have 2 laps to go when they lead the bell, but again, it's going to be a little tactical. They're not going to wait around and see who wants to go for it. They're going to wait for their kick. They're going to see who has the best kick as they come into 153 at 700 meters. So a little bit behind pace as Sam Laneza realizes where they were at and says, nope, I'm not going to risk it. I want to be an automatic qualifier. Rosencrantz, Seelan, and Ezra Ruggles right behind him. And that's Wyatt Kelly from Loris with the backwards hat following suit.
Yeah, this is a guy with All-American experience who's leading the pack down the home stretch right now. Definitely looking to improve on that 5th place performance, but he's a guy who's always going to be there. He knows how to make a final.
Yep. As he's come up by Oleski Celesti, of Carnegie Mellon. He was at indoors as well. He was 19th, so he's hoping to make sure to get in the final. He's probably put in a lot of work as he makes a big move down the home stretch to get himself into contention here with the bell lap.
Ezra Ruggles moving up into 2nd, not letting anyone get too far away from him here.
And they're all still in it with a lap to go, but they're going to need a big last lap to get some time qualifiers potentially here.
Yeah, I would imagine we saw that pace pick up with maybe 50 meters to go. Like, we're going to see a pretty quick lap here.
They're looking for a 3:52.48 as they're beginning to turn the wheels. Ezra Ruggles telling them why that he's the #1 seed.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to here, but it's always nice to make a statement in a prelim.
And watch for hip #2, Sam Verkerke. He does have 150 speed from Wisconsin Eau Claire. He was running 4:25 indoors, took an 8-second PR to win WIAC, and he's putting himself in contention now to qualify. What a story that he's having right now. He's gonna get a big Q here potentially. Wow, look at this. They're realizing what they're gonna need to get in, and Verkerke,
Ezra's in trouble.
he's got a pump. Here comes Wyatt Kelly. Sam Laneza, it's too close to call. People are falling. Oh no.
Yeah, Ezra had a really tough 50 there. Let's get an eye on
Verkerke, Laneza, Potter, and Seelan with the big Qs. All right, you ready for the small Qs?
I'm ready, Stu. I'm ready. Give them to me.
Small Qs, most of them came from Heat 1. Jacob Ritterhoff, Michael Maddock, Cal Yakin, Oleski Selesky from Carnegie Mellon will get the last Q there. So it took 3:51.25 to get into the final.
This is insane. The top seed and the defending champion / NCAA record holder in the mile are not in the final of the 1500.
Yeah. What were the seeds on some of these people that are out? Ezra 1, Bennett 3, Aiden 2, Rosencrantz 4. So the top 4 seeds coming into it are not going to be in the final.
This is going to be anybody's final. Everybody who made the final just likes their chances now. Wow, what an upset.
And the highest seed obviously is going to be #5 now, Sam Verkerke. All right, we're going to switch gears here and give you a recap on the men's discus from earlier in the day. We saw Blake Orr finishing 4th. He was that's Gabe Irons of Bethel there that threw that. He finished 2nd. And here is your champion, Stephen Hermson of Carroll, throwing the discus 54.93 meters. As you can see there, He's back-to-back in his national titles. He won last year and adds another title to the mix as they all congratulate him. And there they are on the podium. The best part of this national championships is getting the trophy from your coach, a handshake, a hug, whatever it may be, but it's coming from your coach. And that's a great moment for the coach and athlete. And there you see there the top 4 in order. Blake Ort from Stevens Point, 53.02. Kevin Reichel, Wisconsin Stout, 53.96. Runner-up from Bethel, Gabe Irons, and Stephen Hermson of Carroll is your national champion. Wow, let's talk about this 1500 a little bit more here. I'm still not over what we saw in both the men and the women as they begin to set up for the 400-meter hurdles.
Yeah, I mean, the men's race especially stands out to me just because so many of the top 4 seeds are done.
And you're even seeing a few top seeds on the women's side as well. Margaret Trotner, she was 5th. She's not going to be in tomorrow's final. It's going to prove this weekend that no matter what you ran, it doesn't matter. You got to make sure you bring it to these championships. And, you know, I think it's one thing to talk about racing versus, you know, some of these races. We've seen so many fast times. And a lot of where the fast times come from are, you know, races that are set up in great weather.
Yeah.
And you got to make sure you can, not to say these people don't know how to race. I'm sure they do. But when it comes to it, you got to make sure your race tactics are ready to go. You know when to make the moves, and yeah, it's just going to be an exciting weekend as some of the favorites aren't here, as now we move to the women's javelin here on the screen, taking the podium.
Yeah, top 3 in that. Well, why don't we just give you, we'll give you the full All-American top 8. Faith Layden from Amanda Murillo takes that 8th spot. Avery Decker in 7th. Isabel Deal in 6th. Cameron Elgersma in 5th. Holly Ferrara in 4th. Rebecca Simpson in 3rd. Chrissy Strickland in 2nd. And your national champion from Pacific Lutheran, Ava Nelson, is going to hop on there in that top spot and claim the national championship trophy. As soon as we give her a trophy, we'll take you and show you some of the action that was pre-recorded earlier in the day.
Oh, they're doing it live here, so you can see the coach handing out the awards to all the top 8. You know, some big points here to figure out for the team implications. You know, actually, a lot of these schools are sending some individuals, but TCNJ, they've brought a few good amount of athletes here for their squad is an 8-point. So, excuse me, in 8th, you get 1 point. And I'll run through the points here. So in 1st, you get 10. In 2nd, you get 8. In 3rd, you get 6. In 4th, you get 5. In 5th, you get 4. In 6th, you get 3. In 7th, you get 2. In 8th, you get 1. It's
good job there.
Backwards there in the middle part of it.
Yeah, that was really impressive, yeah.
Anything's up here.
And your D3 champion today, junior from Pacific Lutheran with a 45.
And that's Ava Nelson now climbing up to the top step. Her coach hands her up the trophy here, and I think we have a package of highlights to get to right as the 400-meter hurdle prelims get set in their blocks.
Yeah, if Bailey Forsyth from Pacific Lutheran can match her outdoor from last year, Pacific Lutheran could be in the mix now. That's 10 points for her from Ava Nelson. That's going to be big to see what they can do together as a collective. And here's Chrissy Strickland of George Fox. Watch out, official. You don't want to get hit there by that javelin. Tossing it 44.66. And Ava Nelson, here's the winning throw. 45.94, a PR. So a national title on a PR throw. There's not much better than that to end your national weekend. I love watching the throws. They all get very excited for each other there as you see the top 4 coming into your screen now.
They get excited, and then they go over to their coach, and their coach just corrects all their mistakes,
Yeah.
even on like a national championship throw.
Tell them what they could do better
Yeah.
moving forward. But yeah, the 1500s are really setting the stage here. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics are used tomorrow. You know, back to that point, I don't want to say that those guys and women don't know how to race. I didn't mean it like that. It was more so, I don't want people coming at me on
Just
Twitter.
putting them on blast on
Yeah.
the national meet broadcast.
It's just like when you come to the stage, it's like you got to make sure you got everything ironed and sharpened and ready to go, not just run a fast race. You can see those qualified who did. And now let's move into the 400-meter hurdles here.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 heats, 3 qualifying heats here. And Stu, do you have the qualifying procedures in front of you up there?
Yep, top 1 from each heat, and then the next 6th fastest.
We'll run you through the names here in the opening heat and give you a couple names to watch for as well. Emma Lawrence, Caroline Del Vecchio, Janelle Barber, JC Andrews, Ashley Bartlett, Michalina Terranova, and Alan Madden.
So how many, you got 4 more years? How many years do you got left?
Yeah.
Take their final preps as the gun goes up, and you can see the lane assignments there on all the athletes. Noah just read out.
It wasn't fun, now it's a little bit. That's how it always is. Yeah.
JC Andrews probably the name from Bridgewater to really look out for in this first heat. 4-time All-American.
You watch her, I'll watch Emma Lawrence, the number 1 seed.
Well, Stu, I think as we've seen, seed times are basically meaningless.
That's true. We'll see
Yeah.
what happens here. The way you can tell where people are is how when they go over their hurdle. It's even right now for Emma Lawrence and Janelle Barber, it looked like, from Plattsburgh. As Lawrence now has a small lead as she's getting over the hurdles first. Her seed time of 59.98. But Janelle Barber is holding on to it.
Yeah, still with a slight lead into that hurdle.
It's still close as Caroline DeVecchio of CMS kind of comes on the side here. But Emma, on the outside, JC Andrews.
Oh, JC Andrews, Stu.
Oh, interesting, as Emma Lawrence will take heat 1 here.
It was close, though. It was close between the announcers' picks here. It was close.
To automatically qualify. And now they'll have to watch the clock here to be the next 6 fastest. You can see there, you know, she's coming off of just 0.18 off of her season best as her teammates congratulate her from Wisconsin lacrosse. They're bringing 21 women to this national meet.
That's almost 2 buses.
Plus their men's team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a long way to go as Heat 2 is getting ready, as you see some inner WIAC congratulations there from Ashley Bartelt. Heat 2 is getting into their blocks now. I'll introduce you in lane 3, Grace Robinson of Carthage. Lane 4, Elena Ball of Loris. Dara Mixova of Dickinson. Lane 6, Ava Foreman, Wash U. Lane 7, Carson McSorley of Wartburg. Lane 8, Bethany Schmidt of George Fox. And then lane 9, Gwen Shepherdson of SUNY Geneseo. The fastest seed pulling lane 9. So she'll have no one to key off of, as Elena Ball of Loris and Bethany Schmidt will be chasing her down with the next 2 fastest seeds. So for some team points to keep this team battle in mind for you, watch for Elena Ball of Loris and Ava Foreman of Wash U. Both their teams are in the mix. Loris, the defending national champions, are going to need everyone in the final compete with the 21 people from lacrosse as the gun goes up.
Bethany Schmidt out there in lane 8. Probably the most experienced here was the runner-up in 2021. But yeah, Gwen Shepherdson in that outside lane is going to be your top seed in this heat.
And they're about to be through 2 hurdles here as Elena Ball has the early lead. Getting blocked by that 10th there to see what was the 3rd hurdle. Ava Foreman of Wash U and Elena Ball seem to be leading the way with Gwen Shepherdson of SUNY Geneseo, but we'll see here as they take the turn as all 3 mentioned are looking to be in the lead as Shepherdson
Still with a tick of a lead there, I think.
As they come down the home stretch. It's Shepherdson and Ball. Shepherdson's doing a great job in lane 9. She has no one to key off of as Ball and Shepherdson are in the lead here. Shepherdson has a slight advantage.
She just got another step over that hurdle, I think.
Yep, and she'll get herself into the final as Ball and Foreman go 2-3. So the first 3 seed times move on to, or at least one of them moves on to the final. We'll wait and see here as we go into Heat 3 right now. They're going to be knowing that the time they need to move on to the final. Anything under 62.60 right now, as you see Gwen Shepherdson there making sure she's on to the final for SUNY Geneseo. They're going to be in the mix. They lost their 4x1, so getting anybody they can into the final as Windsor Ardner, who qualified for the 1500, gives her a hug as we move into Heat 3. Melanie Kunz of Wisconsin Lacrosse is in lane 2. Cameron Taylor of Williams in 3. Eliza Cardwell of Amherst in 4. Simone Wilson of Concordia University Chicago in 5. Marissa Dispenza of RIT in 6. Brooke McDowell of Wisconsin Lacrosse in 7. Bergen Nelson of Gustavus Adolphus in 8. And Aya Mustafa of Benedictine in 9.
Simone Wilson there in lane 5 is your champion from last year and was also 7th and All-American in the 400 flat indoors.
Yeah, and she is opting out of the regular 400, I believe. I think she's going all in on the 400-meter hurdles.
You love to see that. Yeah, she's definitely going to be the class of this field, but Bergen Nelson is really not too far behind her, just 2/10 from Gustavus Adolphus in overall seed time in this heat.
Yeah, Nelson has run the 5th best time ever in the 100-meter hurdles, so she's moving up to the full lap here. As I said that, she takes the early lead by a good amount.
Yeah, taking them out super hard. Has already made up the stagger.
She's not messing around. As she continues to lead here on the stretch, they may begin to pull her back in, but she's not going to let that happen. Continues to lead here.
Nope. Nobody coming into that peripheral vision quite yet.
Bergen Nelson has a big double header, the 100-meter hurdles, the 400-meter hurdles, as she has a sizable lead from the gun. Never looked back to take it here in Heat 3. Dipping under 60 seconds, 59.45.
With that Simone Wilson there in second.
59.46, her official time there. We'll get you the the time qualifiers here. So the big Qs will be Bergen Nelson, Emma Lawrence, and Gwen Shepherdson. And then the small Qs moving on time, JC Andrews, Caroline Delvecchio, Elena Ball, Janelle Barber, Ava Foreman, and Simone Wilson. Simone Wilson, the number 9 seed, headed into tomorrow's final. The reigning champ has some work cut out for her.
So it looks like the favorites have made it through. Welcome back to Geneva, Ohio in the D3 NCAA Track and Field Championships. We just wrapped up the women's hurdles, and the men are getting set in their blocks here, but we are going to jump over to women's discus real quick and show you some highlights.
See there, the woman from Carroll throwing it. That was Vanessa Utenbroek. But here's Sky Digman's PR throw to win the national title. 48.03. We had Emily Richards speak with her right after the race, and she was unexpected with that win, as she is the shot put reigning champ. So to get a national title in discus was a pleasant surprise. And she sees the final throw isn't further than hers, and she knows she won with a big hug for her coach, as she gets to hug her other coach. As mentioned, once you win a national title, you get to embrace with your coach and get that trophy. So a big 10 points, as she was 7th going into this meet.
And she's got shot and hammer throw coming up still this weekend. Just taking it day by day, she said.
Yeah, Wisconsin lacrosse needs those points. That was an unexpected 8 points for them, as you see the top 4 here on the screen. Lauren Rawls of Whitworth, 44.53. Adria Redder of Swarthmore, 44.90. Vanessa Utenbroek of Carroll, 47.03. And Sky Digman of Wisconsin lacrosse, 48.03 in the discus.
And we're moving back to the track here for the men's 400-meter high hurdles. We have Heat 1 out on the track here, and we'll run you through. Starting in lane 3, we have Dayton Love. 4, Lance Jensen. 5, Tyler Seelock. 6, Eric Musgrave. 7, John Owens. 8, Jacob Patton. 9, Joel Smith.
Yeah, keep your eye on here. Dayton Love in lane 3, not only as an individual, but for the team as well. Wartburg, as we mentioned on paper, projected 40 points based on entries, and a lot of that has to do with Dayton Love, is he is coming in 5th, but Joel Smith has the best time coming into this heat from Bethel, 52.32. He was the runner-up in the 400 meters in 2021, coached by legendary Wisconsin lacrosse runner, gold medalist Andrew Rock.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a gold medalist showing you what to do.
No, it does not, and you'll see the 4x4 from Bethel later on, as Coach Rock has coached them up into the national championship. We mentioned that we learned about Sky Digman and her win. If you want to check out more, make sure you're following us on Twitter and Instagram at D3Glory. Behind the scenes look at all the national meet, not just what's on the live stream. Interviews with champions, pictures, etc. coming your way, so make sure you're following along.
Reminder for qualification here, we're going to have 3 heats. Winner from each section gets that big Q and automatically qualifies, and then we will take the next 6 fastest times.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, Noah, but as we get into the 6 o'clock hour, we'll have a few races under the lights here, which will be a pleasant joy for us.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to this meet developing here and the sun going down. I mean, that's just where, you know, the beauty of track and field. We're going to be here all weekend.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be light. It's going to be dark. We're going to be here
all days. Oh, this is right here waiting on the officials and the gun crew. I think they got on the track a little bit early here according to the schedule, and so you have to wait behind your block here. The nervous tension as figuring out what your steps are going to be to make sure you're accurate over your hurdles, not mistime them, not misstep them, and you're just alone with your thoughts, getting colder and colder after a warm-up.
Yes, you see the athletes just shifting their weight back and forth, and just that nervous pin-up energy about to explode out of the blocks.
And then later on here in the next 2 heats, we'll see Dallas Wright and Jake Gladeau. Dallas Wright is the leader right now. Jake Gladeau won it last year. So a lot of talent here coming up. But first, Heat 1, as the gun has been raised.
I think Dayton Love is wearing short shorts.
Love it.
Yeah.
Go, Dan. Go.
And we are underway in the 400 hurdle prelims. Eyes on the inside lane and the outside lane. Those are your top 2 seeds in this heat. Smith and Love.
John Owens of Rowan.
Looks like Smith has a
But
slight lead still,
Smith's
yeah.
still leading. Rowan also needs some people to get into the final for their team battle as Smith continues to pull away. Dayton Love on the inside making up some room, but Smith continues to lead here as they come down the home.
Oh, no. We'll get you an update on the athlete who went down there as Smith storms down the home stretch. Looks like he'll lock up that big Q in this heat. Love has a little bit of work to do. It'll be
and
interesting to see the time.
Rowan. That was John Owens of Rowan. We'll see if he gets, but nope. Bethel goes 1-2. John Owens 3. Dayton Love 4 as Jacob Patton crossed the line after taking a tumble. You hate to see that.
Yeah, but good on him for finishing.
So they know the times now for Heat 2 and 3 to get them in. Joel Smith, the only one with the lock there as he greets his competitors and waits for tomorrow to see who will join him in the final as we move to lane 2 now. In lane 2 from Rowan, Treshawn Stevenson. Lane 4, Cameron Rogers, UMass Dartmouth. Lane 5, Nicholas Reyes of McDaniel. Dallas Wright, number 8 all-time from Wartburg. In lane 6 and lane 7, Peter Hansen of Middlebury. Lane 8, Kevin Somer of Johns Hopkins. And in lane 9, Nate Oskowski of Ithaca.
Stu, we have our notes that we prepared before this, and most people have about a line, and Dallas Wright has about a paragraph next to his name. So what do you want to point out?
Dallas Wright does everything. He's in the 400 hurdles, the 400 dash, 4x1, and 4x4. He did a lot indoors as well. Unfortunately, took a fall on those hurdles, and he had to scratch the rest of his races. And he'll need to be on his A game to help Wartburg out. Joe Freiberger says that they're relying on him to get a lot of work done as they take to the blocks.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. As we saw indoors, he was so productive, but ended up having to bow out of the championships with an injury. But it's nice to see him back and presumably healthy as he climbs into his blocks there in lane 6. He's the top seed in this heat by quite a bit. We do have one returning podium finisher from 2021, and that's going to be Cameron Rogers from UMass Dartmouth. He was 3rd in 2021.
And Rogers is out hot with Dallas Wright. Rogers is in lane 4. He has a slight lead right now as they're only halfway through. But as he begins to make up the stagger on Dallas Wright, but don't miss out on Nate Oskowski of Ithaca in lane 9 as they take the home stretch here. 3 guys you mentioned all going to be battling here. And look even with 1 hurdle to go, 2 hurdles to go. As Dallas Wright takes over, his strength and experience will get him into tomorrow's final with a late surge from Peter Hansen of Middlebury.
Hansen closed down really hard those last few steps. 52.26 for Dallas Wright to take heat number 2 and get that automatic qualifier.
For those in this next heat, 53.01 or faster can get them in. Depending on where they're at, they can run in the mid 52s as well to bump some people out. But 53.01 is 8 right now.
That's the bubble. Dayton
Well, I
loves.
guess,
Or I guess they'll take 9.
They'll take 9, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason we're not getting a little cue on 9, but we are in the final results. So 53-11, that bubble time right now.
As Heat 3 takes to the track, we'll get to see last year's national champion in Jake Gladeau. But first, let's introduce you to the rest of the heat. In lane 3, Grant Johnson. Lane 4, Owen Burr. Lane 5, Jake Gladeau. Lane 6, JoJo Frost of Dubuque. Jaden Sloan of McMurray. Eli Odell of Wheaton. Grant Johnson was from Carnegie Mellon. Owen Burr was from Lebanon Valley. And Gladeau is from Trine as the gun is raised.
Yeah, you mentioned Gladeau there, our returning national champion from 2021. We also have some other hurdle All-Americans here. Finishing 7th in 2021 was Eli Odell. You'll see him in that outside lane. And JoJo Frost comes off of 3rd place in the 400 indoors. To see him in lane 6 competing for Dubuque.
Clean start here for lane 3. Top finisher clinched a spot in tomorrow's final. As Owen Burr in lane 4 is out hot, already making up the stagger.
Gladeau looking very relaxed, just trying to get through this heat.
And Gladeau begins to turn it on a bit here as they go into the final turn here. About even with Owen Burr.
Oh, Gladeau kind of stuttered his steps there.
Yeah, he missed counting his steps most likely. Rebounded okay though, but Owen Burr had a big jump to get to the final, but here comes JoJo Frost though for Dubuque.
Gladeau back to 4th.
JoJo Frost takes it. That's going to be big for Dubuque to get some team points for them. They're on the outside of the top 4, but getting qualifiers like this to the final will help. As Gladeau, 53-17, may miss out.
It's not going to make it. It didn't make it. Looks like that 9th place finishing, that 9th place qualifier is 52-73. That's Nate Oskowski.
But JoJo Frost, he's also on that 4x4 from Dubuque. They have the nation-leading time running 3:10 as well, so he's got a big weekend ahead of him, but he knows he'll at least be in the Saturday final. We keep saying tomorrow's final. The finals are on Saturday.
Yeah, the finals are on Saturday. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll run you through those 9 qualifiers from the men's 400 hurdles. That's going to be Dallas Wright, JoJo Frost, Joel Welcome back to the NCAA Division III National Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We are live here at the Spire Institute, and we are heading out to javelin. We have men's javelin out on the field. Damian Valentine is changing his grip, getting ready to haul that thing off into the abyss.
Yeah, some things to note here about the javelin, and it'll be a big impact on the team. As Damien gets going here, we'll watch him throw, then I'll let you know what's going on. Oh, looked like he scratched there. Unfortunately, a foul there. But Rowan's battling for a team title here. They have 5 guys in the javelin. 4 of them are in the top 8 in scoring potential here. As you see, one of them right now. Can't see his name.
He's got his number covered up there.
A poorly timed back brace.
That's Edgar Rosa.
And Greg Peloso of Rowan, he's leading the nation right now. He's done the 8th farthest throw of all time. So if Rowan wants to get a team trophy, a national title, they need 5 of their guys all scoring. 4 of them would be good right now because they're right 1, 2, 4 and 7, something like that is incredible. Maybe 1, 2, 3, but Marcus Weaver's in here. He's won in 2021.
This is Brett Haig from St. John's, currently sitting in 10th place as he begins his approach. But yeah, the Rowan throws coach is busy this weekend.
Yeah, 5 guys to look after. And to let you know, it's going to be advanced the ninth, the best 9 to the final flight. So they get three throws in their first flight. And then if they qualify for the they qualify for the final, they'll get another 3 throws.
3 throws. Just point at me when you need me to say it. I'll say it for you.
Thank you.
Another Rowan athlete here, Lane Owens, currently sitting in 7th.
Right now, Rowan has 4 in the top 9. So they'll have potentially 4 with a few more throws to go as he launches the javelin. That's going to be so scary to be an official for the javelin.
Yeah, you have to have good eyes.
Yeah, you can't be on your phone, checking Twitter and seeing what's happening at the national meet.
You can't be checking the latest tweets from D3 Glory Days when you're out there, that's for sure. Yeah.
As an Allegheny athlete takes to it, this is Jacob Board. He's currently in 11th. He needs about 6 feet to get into the final here, or get himself into contention at least. The approach, the launch, the grunt, the excitement after he throws it. We'll get a mark here for you once it pops up on the live results. But yeah, we were able to speak with Monique Newton. She's a shot putter, won 2 national titles in her time as Funk begins to take his approach, and she mentioned how much of a community the throws have and how much fun they have getting to know each other, because they're with each other basically, all day in some of these throwing events as he launches it out there, and they get to know each other and they get excited for each other when they throw pretty far.
Yeah, they're kind of out on Throwers Island. Stu and I are sitting here overlooking the track and can't see these guys in person, so we're really thankful to have this great coverage and get an opportunity to cut over to the throws here. We don't usually get to do this after the track action gets going, so yeah, this is a great opportunity for everybody as another Rowan athlete takes to the line. We've seen basically the whole team throw at this point. Here we now have Greg Peloso from Rowan.
As mentioned, he's number 8 all time, number 1 seed heading into this.
Currently sits 2nd.
By 4 inches.
By 4 inches.
That's wild. Think about it, like 4 inches.
It's not much.
It's not much.
It's not much. It's a game of inches. It's a game of inches, Stu.
Tosses out there. We'll get a mark for you here. As Funk was able to move into, Dominic Funk was able to move into 12th in his last throw. So that is a new rule that I've learned about, is for the field events, you weren't able to show your athletes your form midway through, but now you're able to. There's a whole thing, like you can't look at like the screen or anything like that to get feedback, as he did not throw any further than his last time, so he'll still sit in 2nd here. As
this is Corey Stalters from Bridgewater State, currently sitting in 14th.
A foul there, as we'll now head to the track, as unfortunately he fouled. But now we're back on the track here for the women's 200-meter dash. In lane 3, Andrea Lyon of Redlands, Emily Dowdovich of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Kendra Schumacher in 4 from Wisconsin Lutheran, Gina Delarusso of Stevens in 6, Kennedy Waite of Mount Union in 7, Adalia Coleman of Bridgewater in 8, Lauren Gay of WashU in 9.
We got 3 heats of the women's 200. Stu, who are we looking for here? I mean, Gina Delarusso is going to be your top seed, but what else might we be looking for?
Well, and they're off we only have about 25 seconds to tell
Yeah,
you
that's
what we're
true.
looking for.
I'm sorry. I set you up there for failure.
It's all right. I'll forgive you here. But a note about Della Russo here, as Schumacher from Wisconsin Lutheran starting to pull away. But here comes Della Russo. She did win the 400-meter dash last year. She's showing off her strength now as she catches Schumacher and potentially takes the win here with the lean. Again, top finisher from each heat and the next 6 best times. Win legal time there, 23:98.
Exactly her seed time.
Exactly her seed time, yeah. So a note about Della Russo here, she's in the long jump as well. She won the 400-meter last year, and at her conference meet, she did about 6 different events. 200. She threw a shot put, I believe. She was in the 4x1, 4x4, etc. So she's coming back with some extra eligibility due to COVID and taking full advantage, going all in on the 200, just edging out Kendra Schumacher there. So look out for Della Russo on Saturday. Matches her top seed, fist bumps her coach, and is looking forward to Saturday's final. Ooh, that's interesting, as Lauren Gay maybe on the outside now for Wash U. And Adalia Coleman, she was an All-American in the event last year, sitting 4th, as we have 2 more heats to go, and it's all based on time.
Yeah, same qualification as in the other sprinting events. Winner from each heat gets that big Q, and then we'll fill in the rest of the field with the fastest time qualifiers. Taking to the track in Heat 2, starting in lane 2, Jasmine Crawford. In 3, Marion Edwards. 4, Katie Kokendorfer. In 5, Alyssa Foudenhauer. In 6, Samantha Giordani. 7, Grace Devaney. In 8, Bailey Forsyth. 9, Ava David. Maybe we'll talk about Bailey Forsyth here.
Yeah, Bailey Forsyth, number 4 all-time in the 200-meter dash. She won the 100 and 200 last year. We had a chance to speak with her after those wins, and she really put in the work during COVID to come out and be very strong to be able to complete that double. She was an indoor All-American. She didn't win the 200, but she's back here competing to get for her title once again. And Loris has 2 women here in this heat, with WashU potentially missing out on Lauren Gay in the 200. This could be big for them in the team battle if they can get 2 of them into the final.
Your top seed in this heat is Samantha Giordani, and she's starting in lane 6.
Yeah, this is a loaded heat, as Giordani and Fodnauer are 3-4 coming into it as the gun's up. This is Alyssa Fodnauer's first 200-meter at a national final. She was the indoor champion in the 400. She'll be doing the 400 later.
Giordani looks to be out to an early lead. It can be hard to tell around the turn.
Yeah, but here comes Bailey Forsyth, potentially on the outside. We're getting a bad angle here now, but Giordani's probably going to hold her off, and she does to get that big cue for tomorrow.
Looks like Forsyth in second, right on the shoulder.
Yeah, Giordani made a big jump here this year. This is her first time at an outdoor national meet. She was 12th in the 200-meter prelims in indoor, and so now getting her into the final with the big Q. You can see the win there, 3.3 meters per second, so that's an illegal time for records. It will count, though, for her to move on. So I keep saying illegal and legal wind. If the wind is above 2.0 meters per second, if it's above it, that's illegal, meaning that if a time is faster than a record, it is ineligible. Anything under or below 2.0 meters per second is eligible for a record.
Let's get an update on that bubble time here as we head in. We'll get an update on that bubble time as we head into the last section. It looks like it's going to be 24.5. Oh, excuse me, 24.57 or 24.5.
You're good.
7. Yes, sorry. There's 2 athletes tied at 24.57 right now.
And as we move into Heat 3 here in Lane 3, we have Allison Beeman. In Lane 4, Chisholm Bright Oswego of East Texas Baptist. Lane 5, Zaria Moore of Rutgers, New York. Lane 6, Isabella Hogue of Nebraska Wesleyan. Lane 7, Melissa Lindsay of Connecticut College. Lane 8, Gwen Orr of Wisconsin Platteville. And in Lane 9, Renee Leach of Whittier.
that inside lane, Allison Beeman comes in as the #2 overall seed heading into these championships with a 24:09 seed time.
Bella Hogue in the middle of the track there in lane 6. She was your indoor champion. Looks like she has a little wrapped hamstring. Hope she doesn't have an injury here, but we'll see how she fares. You never want to see tape on a muscle. There's potential some injury.
Bailey Forsyth had the hamstring
I guess that's
sleeve
true,
on. She
and she
finished
was
a strong
fine.
second there, yeah.
They're off, and this is a loaded heat. We're seeing the #2, 5, and 8 fastest times coming in as Melissa Lindsay and Bella Hogue are out front. The indoor national champion.
Beeman is charging through the field.
A late surge here. Not the great start for her.
No, let's see if she has time to make it up.
But Bella Hogue
Nope.
will clinch herself into tomorrow's final. The transfer from Nebraska. Never competed for Nebraska. Now competing for Nebraska Wesleyan. 23:79 with a win legal time. She'll be happy with that. Melissa Lindsay will get on time as well.
Yeah, I've got the list of qualifiers here pulled up for you, and we'll set the stage for Saturday's final. The big Qs, the winners from the heats, Isabella Hogue, Samantha Giordani, Gina Della Russo. And then the qualifiers in on time, starting with Melissa Lindsay, Bailey Forsyth, Kendra Schumacher, Grace Devaney, Andrea Lina, and your final qualifier sitting in that 9th spot, Allison Beeman of Dubuque. That bubble that last time, 24.39, and your top seed going in, Isabella Hogue, 23.79.
And for those wondering, 23:79, that seems kind of fast. Well, it is. It's now the 6th fastest time all time in D3 history. So into tomorrow's final, we'll have #4 all time, Bailey Forsyth, #5 all time, Allison Beeman, and now #6 all time, Bella Hogue.
Yeah,
Going to be electric
some
tomorrow.
serious fireworks coming up tomorrow.
And you also may be wondering why they're running backwards here. You can kind of see the winds are blowing right now, and so at a championship race, they'll flip the way in which they will run, so that way they get the wind to their backs and not run into a headwind. So maybe that first 40 meters or so as they round the curve, you got a little headwind,
And then
but
you're
at least
flying.
yeah, but at least you don't have it the entire home stretch.
And as the men get set, we are going to head down and give you a quick update on the long jump, see how they're doing out there.
The women's long jump.
Women's long jump. Looks like we'll see Jordan Andrew from Tufts take her approach. She's currently leading the long jump competition.
Nope, that's Victoria Kadiri of Johns Hopkins. She's coming in with the #1 time. I had a chance to speak with her. She not only won indoors, but she was competing in the pentathlon while she was doing it. She was looking forward to not having a multi-event while competing in her strong events of long jump and triple jump. She also picked up triple jump this season and is currently second in the nation right now. So she's pretty excited coming into this, not having to deal with a HEP at all. Excuse me, a pent. I guess she would be a HEP outdoors, but she did compete in the pent outdoors. Yeah, so we're now into flight 2 here, as the flight 1 already wrapped up.
I mean, it's muggy, that's tough. You guys, athletes, we're from Washington, so it's cold there. Oh, this is like cold.
This is another. This is Annie Gutierrez from Johns Hopkins here. If you're looking at the live results right now, it's not up to date with the flight 1. So if you look at the flights, you'll see where they're competing in for flight 2. Annie Gutierrez, though, is competing in the HEP this weekend. Johns Hopkins comes into this weekend with a trophy from indoors, and they have on paper, based on entries, they are in the top 4. So points in the long jump will be big for them in a quest to bring another trophy back home to Baltimore. Stepping up now on the runway is an athlete from Mount Union.
Kennedy, oh, no.
There's 2 of them
There's
here
2,
in the
yeah.
long jump. So once we get a better idea what their name tag looks like, excuse me, their bib, we'll tell you who it is.
So like you can just go to like the North Shore and be there in like an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Romney Island, maybe two.
Definitely that's something where I want to be. I haven't been.
Right now, the leading jump is 565 from Flight 1, but those in Flight 2 have bigger PRs, so we'll see some big jumps here coming up in Flight 2.
That was Kennedy Gibbons from Mount Union.
Mount Union is bringing a ton of athletes as well, both on the men's and women's side here. Strong program, head coached by Kevin Lucas. But now, as we take a step aside before Katie Nippert from WPI takes her long jump, we're going to jump over to the track here for the men's 200-meter dash, and we have a lot of action here in this event. The record was broken twice this year. First by J.P. Vaught, the defending indoor and outdoor 200-meter champion. He ran 20.66. He broke the previous record by 0.14, which is 20.80, held by Sean Bernstein. And then Eric Gregory breaks his record running 20.62. So we'll have two record breakers here in this prelim, not in this one, but in the prelim in general. But to introduce you to Heat 1, in lane 3, Derek Plitt of Adrian, Cade Van Hout of Wisconsin Platteville, Jameer Beasley of Rowan, Shekna Triori of Ramapo, Brandon Powell of East Texas Baptist, and Sam Blaskowski of Wisconsin La Crosse. And I didn't even mention Sam. Sam ran 20.80. However, it was an illegal wind, but that tied the old, the wind was legal, that would have tied the old record. So 4 guys have broken 21 seconds here. Shek Triori, he is 12th all-time with his 20.96. It was a legal time. So some fireworks to be displayed here in the men's 200-meter dash.
Welcome back to the NCAA 2022 Division III Track and Field Outdoor Championships as we rejoin the track and field track action to be specific. The men's 200-meter prelim Heat 1 is on the track.
Another guy to look for here in this heat is Derek Plitt. He was the runner-up in indoors. In 2021, he finished 4th. So a lot of high power in this event, as Jameer Beasley was 3rd indoors and Shek was 4th indoors. So 2, 3, 4 all in this first prelim, and only one gets a guaranteed entry into Saturday's final.
You know, with that tailwind, they were motivated to put down some fast times and definitely go after those small cues. A reminder, 6 athletes will get in on time. And so even if you're not necessarily competing for the win, you're going to want to run fast. As we climb down into our blocks. Another clean start here at the Spire Institute.
Sam Blaskowski of La Crosse has known it. Triori and Jameer Beasley are rolling.
Beasley is making up a stagger.
Beasley was 60 on paper, but Shek and Blaskowski. Shek will get the big Q, 20.76. If it's win legal, that will be 3rd all time.
Yeah, let's get a wind rating on that.
It is 20.73. That's 3rd all time.
Just barely 1.9 meters per second.
1.9. Wow. 20.80 win legal. That was the old national record. So 4 guys have either tied or gone under the latest national record. 2091 is now, it will be 12th all-time, 13th all-time if I'm doing my math right here. It's tough to add in and subtract people out. Wow. If we're going to see a national record here.
Sheck already has the spikes off. He's already in the tent getting the spikes off. That's how fast he just ran.
And he's got a 400-meter later. We're going to see our national record if this wind holds up. J.P. Vaught and Eric Gregory coming up in the next 2 heats.
Laskowski looked really strong there. And Jameer Beasley looked really strong, too. It looks like he maybe just pushed the midsection just a tad too much. As we look to the track now for Heat 2, those athletes are
Aiden Matthews in lane 3 from Hardin Simmons, Nikhil Harris of SUNY Delhi in 4, Elijah Johnson, Eastern Mennonite in 5, Jamie Cockburn, CMS in 6, Garrett Clark in 7 from John Carroll, the defending national champion J.P. Vaught in lane 8 from center, and Nolan Lentz from Dubuque in 9. Wow.
Yeah, J.P. Vaught, the top seed here, obviously, definitely in that conversation for the D3 record as he adjusts his jersey, as fans of JP's are so accustomed to seeing.
JP, I've had a great chance to speak with him this year after he broke his record, and he's a big confidence runner. And so for him to break a record, he ran 10:21 in the 100, which is 3rd all time. You know, it really gets him fired up to compete, and he wants to make sure he gets 3 national titles in a row.
But he's not the only defending national champion in this race. From 2019, if we want to go back that far, Corey Carter from Principia is in this race.
Looks like he is not.
Or he's not in this race. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my notes
3.
here. That is your announcer's mistake, as he got ahead of himself.
We'll speak to Noah after the event about that.
This will be my last day in the booth.
Oh, gotta stand up. CMS doesn't like the way his blocks are. He wants it changed.
What is this, D1? We've had a remarkably clean championship so far. Only one athlete didn't get over the hurdles. The batons got around the track, and we haven't had a false start yet either. I'm sure I'm jinxing it now, but
yeah. So if the USA 4x1 meter coach wants to come to D3 and see these handoffs, we recommend it, as the USA team cannot get the baton around the track.
yeah, if you'd like a lesson on the fundamentals, here we are.
Come to Spire. All right, back in the blocks here. They reset.
JP there out in lane 8. And they're off clean. JP immediately makes up the stagger and is a couple meters clear of the field as they head in the backstretch. Could we see a record here?
Keep your eye on the clock as he's pulling away.
The flag's blowing.
Let's see here. It's all about the clock now and the win as JP gets the big cue for Saturday. Eyes on the clock. 2064. What will it go to here?
Over legal wind.
2064, 2.4. Would be a PR, though, for him. 0.2 of a second. Garrett Clark, 2096. John Carroll is putting together a meet so far with 4x1 in, Garrett Clark potentially in right now. And they have distance runners coming up. But J.P. Vaught, if the wind stays calm for the final, we could see it.
You saw him with his hands there, just kind of pumping the brakes a little bit. He got a clear win there, but he knows that he's got a long championships ahead of him.
Yeah, he'll be back in the 100 tomorrow. He knows what he'll have to clean up. Pointing at someone. Got the short shorts rocking here. The new wave in D3 sprinting is the short shorts.
Seems to be the new look here.
We love it.
Crop top short shorts.
You know, talking with JP, he's got his eye on the record. He's also looking at the 100-meter record as well as we move to Heat 3 now. And who's in lane 8 for you there, Noah?
Yeah, lane 8, I would like to bring attention to Corey Carter, who I tried to put him in Heat 2, but they moved him to Heat 3 without my knowledge, apparently.
Before we get to Corey Carter, let's introduce the rest of the field. DJ Anderson, if you recall, was on that 4x1. Eric Gregory of Gallaudet in lane 4. Dom Data of Geneva in lane 5. Jeremiah Steed of Dubuque in 6. Matthew Lighton of Bridgewater State in 7. Corey Carter of Principia, and Dejon Walton of McMurray. And if you notice here, if you go to Eric Gregory in lane 4, his coach is kneeling down next to him. So Gallaudet is a school for the deaf. Eric is deaf, and when he broke the D3 record, he did break the deaf athlete world record as well. The graphic is in the way there of his coach kneeling down, but that's his cue to be able to know when the gun goes off. So what we've learned from Twitter was that his coach will give him a signal. He's right behind that graphic, and once the gun goes off, his coach claps for him to make sure he knows when to go. So you can see him lining him up to make sure he knows when to go. And it's just a great
hand there.
Yep. And they're off.
He's looking strong, moving up through the field already.
The national record holder.
You know that they just expect this to be a great chance if they get legal win to set a really fast time.
And DJ Anderson on the inside is making up ground here. But Gregory takes it 2078.
Got a legal win there.
2081. Dom Data of Geneva. So we're going to have to go to the times now here.
Pretty convincing win for Gregory there in Heat 3.
21.33 seconds. Eric Gregory automatically qualifies.
So to get you up to speed on who qualified, JP Vaught, Shek Triori, Eric Gregory get the big Qs, Sam Blaskowski, Jameer Beasley, Garrett Clark, Nolan Lentz, Nikhil Harris, and Elijah Johnson.
Any surprises there, Stu, not moving on to the final?
Yeah, one surprise would be Derek Plitt of Adrian, the runner-up from indoors. DJ Anderson, he is the number 1 seed right now in the 400. He won't move on. But we have 6 athletes breaking 21 seconds. We had 4 do it during the regular season. So we're showing that they are for real, not just regular season runners, also doing it in the postseason, adding 2 more to the mix there with Jameer Beasley and Garrett Clark.
Yeah, pretty amazing running there, setting the stage for a great final. And we're going to cut over back to field action in the men's javelin throw now.
The next event will be the men's 3,000 meters steeplechase. That'll start at 7:10. Excuse me, the women. The women. No, it'll start with the men. 3,000 meters.
Looks like we just saw a toss from Will Lawrence, who currently sitting in second place.
3,000 meters steeplechase. Women starts at 7:10 p.m.
From when we last saw javelin, Marcus Weaver has now moved back into the lead here with a throw of 67 meters. The Rowan crew, as we mentioned, right now are 3, 7, and 8. All have 2 throws left. That was from CMS. That was Truman Knowles. $59.58 for Truman Knowles. The officials here are gathering their notes to figure out what is coming up next, as we are in flight 2 now. So Rowan only was able to get they got 3 other 5 in to the final with 2 throws remaining. They are sitting 3, 7, 8. They had, on paper, they had 24 points coming into this javelin. Right now, they're looking at 9. So from a projection standpoint, that hurts them a little bit as they're down 15 points now. as the officials talk with Truman Knowles to figure out, oh, looks like he was thankful for their ruling there on what may have been a scratch here. As
Lane Owens makes his approach.
he's currently 8th right now. Rowan needs some points. He needs to move up a bit. That official getting a little close to that javelin.
They're used to it. These guys are pros.
Only the best out here. You can tell by that reaction that potentially was a good throw as the coach gave him a smile, or it was a smirk of as another Rowan. Man, that coach's phone must be filled with just javelin throws right now, and it has to.
He's got an external hard drive.
If you need to charge, you can come up here and use my fast charger if needed.
Yeah, that was a 57.4 from Lane there, as we just keep the Rowan show going here. This is Dan McAlvey from Rowan. He's currently sitting in 7th, just ahead of his teammate. Coming up for his 5th throw.
Coach looking at the video there. Marcus Weaver also in the decathlon. There's a good shot of him. He won the decathlon and the javelin, the only athlete to do so at last year's meet, and right now is in contention to do it again, which would be big for Eau Claire. Eau Claire was the co-national champions in indoor without Marcus Weaver as he DNF'd his HEP, and so now through 5 events he's leading the deck and leading the javelin with 2 throws remaining as Darius Chaffin of Pacific Lutheran steps up into the runway. The Lutes. If you recall, his teammate won the women's javelin.
He's currently sitting in 6th place. His best throw of the day, 64.38.
So coach from Pacific Lutheran will have Ava Nelson as a national champion, and if he can stay steady here, he can be an All-American, and they go back to the Pacific Northwest feeling pretty happy with this meet.
Corey Stalters from Bridgewater State steps up to the line. He's currently sitting in 5th. His best throw of the day so far, 64.62. Looks like he was right on the line on that toss. We'll see if it was legal or not. Yep, white flag.
Man, if I could do a throwing event, I think I'd want to do the javelin.
It is pretty cool as Brett Haig is currently sitting in 4th, steps up to toss his javelin from St. John's.
The Johnnies up in Minnesota. Minnesota.
His best throw of the day, 65.06 so far.
How far do you think they can throw a football? Over the mountain?
Definitely over those mountains. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he's fired up. Let's see if the mark matches his excitement.
He left a couple feet on the runway there.
Can't tell which way the wind is blowing. Is it a headwind? Because it looks like a lot of their throws were the best early on, and
looks like a bit of a tail crosswind. Just looking at these flags on the infield.
Let's go here, kid. Come on, Marcus.
as we get a look at Marcus Weaver here, the defending national champion in the javelin, leading the decathlon right now.
And we got a backwards hat here.
Oh, that's 5.
That's 5.
We've broken it. We've gone from 4 indoors to 5 outdoors as we see our crew here from D3 Glory Days. They're taking some great photos and videos for you all, so make sure you're following us on social media as Marcus Weaver launches it. Stay behind the line. It's a foul for Marcus Weaver as we now will go to the track as the women's steeplechase is underway here. Evie Miller in the front of your screen. That's exactly who we're going to talk about here. This is her 4th steeple this year. It's her 5th all-time, and she's number 2 all-time, running 10:06. Only Annie Rodenfels has a faster time than Evie, and I'll introduce you to the rest of the field as they have 2,800 meters remaining. Isabella Glenn from Redlands, Audrey Grimes from Middlebury, Emily Gilligan of Elmhurst, Nora Blodgett of Swarthmore, Eva Miller of Trine, Mary Bonotos of Eastern, Bailey Red of Southern Virginia, Kendall Aketa of Colorado College, Rachel Hirschkind of SUNY Geneseo, Alyssa Loeffner of Baldwin Wallace, and Ennett Gavish of MIT.
And Stu, this is a 2-section prelim, and let's check out the qualification procedures here. Top 4 advance from each heat, so you want to be in one of those top 4 spots to get the big Q, and then the next 4 fastest times will fill out the final on Saturday.
So they have 7.5 laps, and as they come up to this one, this will be their first time going over the water jump here. This is what makes the steeplechase. The steeplechase, they'll have to go over this barrier and over the water as Evie gets her feet a little wet as they come out. And the pack now is 3 as the rest of the field makes their way through that water pit. And we have Alyssa Loeffner and Rachel Hirschkind of SUNY Geneseo and Baldwin Wallace up there with Evie Miller. Had a chance to speak with Evie Miller, and one of the reasons why she hasn't done steeplechase since her 2019 season was because of the way it made her feel after she'd run. It's a lot of pounding with these hurdles, and she was feeling like she was getting injured off of it, but they decided to kind of go for it, and randomly on a Monday she ran 10:23, which was a nation-leading time. And then they went over to IU Bloomington, got in a D1 race, and ran 10:06, which is 2nd all-time. So pretty cool that she's picking it back up and making a big mark in the record books.
You love to see Division III athletes get a chance to hop into bigger invitationals, bigger meets, and really test the outer limits of what they're capable of. Because sometimes an athlete like Evie Miller is just not going to be challenged unless she gets into those bigger meets.
Yeah, and especially with these steeplechase races, this is the prelims. They got to do this twice. So it's again this idea of making sure you are staying within yourself in this race, not doing too much here as you see them go through the second time over the barrier as the main pack there all together still. So we have 11 in this race. 8 of them right there are battling for that final big Q spot.
Definitely the top 3 we expected to see here, but the steeplechase is an event made for heartbreak, and so it's not over until it's over, and we'll just hope that all these athletes get over barriers clean, and we'll definitely keep an anxious eye on the pack here as well, because that battle for the 4th and final automatic qualifying spot is going to be a heated one, I imagine.
Yeah, and someone that I want to bring attention to is from Middlebury. Her name is Audrey Grimes. If you look at her TFERs, she was sprinting and doing the 100 and 400 meter hurdles before this season. This is the first time that she has been in the steeplechase and has picked it up fairly quickly. She went from 11:05 in her first attempt down to 10:51. She's currently in that pack, biding her time and moving up right now. So we'll see if she can move up throughout the race. As you see, Evie Miller, Alyssa Loeffner, and Rachel Hirschkind continuing to lead the way.
Yeah, Evie Miller's strategy here is just to stay as contained as possible, get over jumps cleanly, and stay out of traffic. We saw her kind of distance herself from the pack, but she's not really doing anything insane here. She's mostly just trying to stay clear of the traffic.
Yep, she's got a big weekend ahead. If she doesn't continue this and qualify, she'll be in the 5K on Saturday. So she'll take note of Annie Rodenfels' double of the 3K, 5K. She's been an All-American in the middle distance events 6 times. She was in the 1500 and the 800. This year, if you remember, she took Ella Barron to the line in the mile and was 4th in the 3K. So she's a well-decorated athlete, was 4th in cross country. And after my conversation with her, you kind of got the idea that she saw the steeplechase, obviously she's leading the way by quite a bit, but as her best opportunity to win a national title, as she's been so close so much.
Loeffner moves clear of third and kind of attaches herself to Miller's heels here.
Yeah, the front three have really distanced themselves from the main pack here. We'll have about 7 women all together battling for that big Q, and then additionally the four next best fastest times as well. But if you're Evie Miller, Lofner, or Hirschkind, you got to make sure your effort is pretty controlled right now, as things seem to be in the clear, as they have 70-meter lead or so, I'd say.
Yeah, we'll fire up our stopwatches up here and give you an idea of what this next lap split is going to be, just so we have a clearer idea of the kind of pace they're running here.
And it's funny, it's not funny, but it's interesting to look at what Evie Miller does on her jump. She's very similar to Annie Rodenfels. The idea is to get one foot down and use the other to kind of propel yourself and not come to a stop with those 2 feet plant. However, it works for Annie Rodenfels. It works for Evie Miller, as Annie is a D3 alum, ran 9:25, and she'll have an athlete in the next heat.
Doesn't matter how you get over it.
As long as you're getting over it quickly and efficiently, that's all that matters here. As the race begins to string out, you'll get a good idea here once some of these runners come into your screen on how far ahead Evie, Alyssa, Lofner, and Rachel Kirshine are.
Come on, Greg! You got this!
Hirschine's kind of getting stuck in no man's land a little bit. She's going to be right in the middle of the front too, and then the chasing pack, which, I mean, she's clear of the field, but it can be a dangerous position to be in.
Oh, sure. Maybe she's kind of seeing where the field behind her, seeing what they are in front of her, and realizing that she kind of stay this pace as she checks her watch to see what her split was and make sure that she is in good position to qualify. And I believe from across the track, that is Isabella Glenn from Redlands in 4th right now for the last big Q. She also had a major improvement. She was running 12:04 last year, jumped to 11:16 this year, and then jumped again to 10:51. So a big improvement for Isabella Glenn. You just saw her over the water jump there.
And she's pulling out a few strides on 5th here, but definitely not totally clear.
And there's Audrey Grimes, as we mentioned. She was a short hurdler, 110 and 400, and began just running during COVID to build up some fitness and transition to the steeplechase. And she is a natural at it, as Glenn is followed by Kendall Aketa of Colorado College. She also had a massive jump this year. She was running 11:49 last year and had a 14-second PR to qualify this year from 11:11. So a lot of these women are making big jumps in the steeple, whether it's their first time ever or jumping from last season to this season, or even in-season PRs.
That last lap for the leaders was an 85.86 if I caught my stopwatch correctly, so they're moving along pretty well.
Is that a Garmin stopwatch or an iPhone stopwatch?
This is an iPhone stopwatch. It just hit the market.
That sounds pretty nice. Evie Miller, Alyssa Lofner continue to lead here as you see them come up to this water jump. Both look fairly relaxed here, just trying to bide their time, get to the final unscathed, stay upright, and not worry about falling down when they come to the bell. When they come down the home stretch, they'll have 1 lap to go. They're going a fairly quick pace here up front. The clock right now is 9:12. They'll probably get to the finish line at 9:20 or so if they're running 85s. You know, that's 9:45. That's keeping things honest, at least in the prelim.
I believe that's Kendall Aceta who just moved into the 4th place.
Yep, from Colorado College. That's that singlet. So now we have 2 West Coast regional foes battling each other out for that 4th spot. And you mentioned Rachel Hirschkind. She's fairly content right now with where she is in 3rd. You need a big last lap out of those 2 athletes to maybe get caught by them.
Yeah, looks like she's just going to stay out of trouble, cruise it in, and then start dreaming about the final.
As Evie Miller pulls away a bit from Alyssa Lofner, both of them will get the big cues here for Saturday's final. Evie's going to have a big weekend. The 5K is going to be insanely deep. We'll get to that on Saturday and let you know more about that, but that will be a fun race as well as she takes her final water jump. Both athletes staying upright. Rachel Hirschkind coming into her final water jump as well. And here's that battle for fourth for that big Q right here. Aketa and Glenn. But here's Evie Miller coming down the home stretch to take first in the first prelim of the women's steeplechase. 10:42, followed by Alyssa Loeffner, Rachel Hirschkind, and yep, there is Kendall Aketa of Colorado College will get the final big Q. And now they'll have to wait and see what the times will be to see if they get a small Q for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not a super slow race. You see athletes strung out all around the track, normally a sign of a fast pace, especially, we mentioned the humidity earlier. I'm not sure that's ideal for these distance athletes, even though we saw the sprinters moving pretty quick. I think we may see it affect the longer distance races. We'll find out in the 10K.
Yeah, that's for sure. And,
yeah.
Looking at some of these top 3 runners here, especially Evie Miller, that's a pretty controlled effort. She's about 40 seconds off her personal best.
Yeah, that's how you want to run the prelim. You just want to cruise. There's really no reason to prove anything, especially for an athlete of her caliber. She can prove it in the final.
Yeah, that sets her up nicely for a big weekend here as Bailey Red comes across the finish line from Southern Virginia. And now we get another steeplechase heat 2. I mentioned Annie Rodenfeld is the D3 record holder. She is now coaching at Wellesley College out in Massachusetts, and her athlete Maya Bradbury is going to be wearing hip number 1 in Heat 2 as Evie Miller talks with the media crew. And there's Heat 2 now. As mentioned, Maya Bradbury of Wellesley. This is her first year running the steeplechase. She started off the year running 11:30 and now is down to 11 even. And she's working with the D3 steeplechase record holder. Coincidence? I don't think so. As we move on to Hip 2, Emma Malooly of Wisconsin Lacrosse. Hip 3, Caroline McMartin of Central College. Kate Kenny, Middlebury. Sarah Stevenson is Johns Hopkins. The defending national champion Aubrey Fisher of Wartburg. Molly Fitzgibbons of Williams. Jenna Allman of Calvin. Ellie Meyer of Wartburg. Emma Palumbo of St. Lawrence. And Kelsey Lagunas of Lynchburg rounds out this field as they round the turn to head into the home stretch for the very first time.
So the time qualifiers from that first prelim, or not qualifiers quite yet, but these are the times that the Heat 2 will be shooting for. Isabella Glenn in 5th ran at 10:59, and Nora Blodgett finished 8th in 11:14. So 11:14 is going to be that mark that athletes are going to want to better in this second section of the women's steeplechase.
As Aubrey Fisher, the defending national champion, running with Molly Fitzgibbons out of Williams right now. All 11 Williams still bunched up here in the first 300 meters as Aubrey's teammate Ellie Meyer joins her. Oh, we have a fall there. Hope everyone's all right. Ellie Meyer and Aubrey Fisher were both on the DMR team that won indoors. Aubrey was qualified in the mile, but decided to go all in on the DMR because she believed in her teammates that they could win a national title and went out her individual mile race. And sure enough, they did win the DMR. She came back in the 3K, but really sacrificed herself for the team to win her individual glory, I'll say. And as Molly Fitzgibbons is clear over that first barrier.
This race will be interesting without that, head and shoulders favorite in Evie Miller. I think we'll probably see a faster race as these women should be more tightly bunched, at least through the early stages of the race.
Yeah, and Molly Fitzgibbons is putting on a pretty decent effort here, and the lead is starting to move a bit here as Sarah Stevenson's of Johns Hopkins moves into 3rd right now. But yep, 2:07. There was 6 laps remaining. Early on, she's going to make the defending national champion work a little bit. We'll get a better idea of where they are on splits here in a second. But yeah, they know what they need to do in terms of time, and they're going to not waste any of it and make sure they get in on time if they're not going to be in the top 4.
Fitzgibbons continuing to stretch that lead just a little bit, but Fisher definitely has eyes on her. It's not getting out of control quite yet as the pack is tightly bunched.
Yeah, and Fitzgibbons, she does have speed. She was 5th in the indoor mile, and she's also improved incredibly this season as well. Her PR she went from 11:10 down to 10:35. So taking off 35 seconds to qualify here. And the steeplechase is definitely an event where once you get comfortable with those barriers and you're able to handle that fatigue that sets in, you're able to improve immensely, as we've seen a lot of these athletes do as well.
Yeah, we have quite a few women in this heat who had big chunks of time taken off to get here.
So here are some people that have dropped some major time. Kelsey Laguna, 17 seconds. Maya Bradbury, 30 seconds. Caroline McMartin, 22 seconds. Emma Palumbo from 11:13 to 10:53, that's 18 seconds. Kate Kenny, this is her first year doing steeple. So a lot of people are improving quickly here as Fitzgibbons' lead on Aubrey Fisher extends. And we'll see Aubrey later on this weekend in the 5K as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that maybe we forget to talk about enough, is that a lot of these athletes are doing multiple events, and you think about conserving energy in a prelim for a final, but you're also, I mean, they'll say they're not thinking about their other events, right? They're taking it one day at a time, whatever. If you're in a clear qualifying position, you've got to be thinking about conserving energy. It's just the responsible thing to do.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to go all out if you don't need to, and especially if you're doing 2 big distance events, like we'll see later tonight in the 10K. A lot of people are going to come back in that 5K. That's a lot of laps. That's over 9 miles worth of racing in a 3-day stretch here. And so, this is about, as you see, Maya Bradbury there of Wellesley.
Looks like her knee is a little bit skinned up from a fall earlier. Was she the one who fell earlier? I didn't see.
I believe, potentially there if it's a little bloody. I didn't see exactly who went down, but with 4 laps to go here, Fitzgibbons continues to lead. And we're going to see a little bit of a battle here for the final 2 big Qs, as 5 women now are in contention for those last 2 big Qs, and we'll see what the small Q on time will be.
Yeah, a bit of a replay here from heat number 1, as we have 2 athletes pretty well clear of the field, but a further 5 athletes in contention for those last 2 big qualifying spots. And we'll try to get you some splits here to give you an idea of how fast they're running in comparison to Heat 1.
Yeah, Fitzgibbons, this is an interesting tactic. If you, especially in this race, if you're feeling good about yourself. She has a strong mark coming into this race with 10:35. She's 3rd on the list. If you're a clear favorite, might as well run from the front, not worry about being in the pack. And you can kind of control your own race. That way you're not dependent on if someone falls in front of you, or, you don't have a clear vision to these barriers, as we see the water jump here. Maluli of lacrosse right there at the bottom of your screen. She'll need to get into that final to help out that team battle here, as the 3rd place, as she's in 3rd place right now.
3rd place and pulling a little bit of a gap out.
And Ellie Fisher of Wartburg now moves into 4th.
Ellie Meyer,
excuse me. Aubrey Fisher, Ellie Meyer, both from Wartburg.
Figure it out, folks.
Take your pick. We're just going to start combining athletes together now. And that's Brennan from Calvin moving in. Jenna Allman from Calvin trying to hang in that 4th spot here, as Fitzgibbons, Fisher, Maluli, and Meyer are your top 4 right now on the back stretch.
All right, I'll get a split here for Fitzgibbons. I took it at a random spot. About an 86.
67?
So that's about what they were running in Heat 1, at least at the front of the race.
Yeah, so roughly the same. We'll get a better idea of where they're at with a lap to go, as that was mainly our main point of reference here as she continues to take the lead here. I believe she is not doubling this weekend, Fitzgibbons, so this is her main event, going all in on it.
Ellie Meyer still not clear. It hasn't totally shaken that pack of 3 athletes behind her, and we have a strong move coming out of that pack now. Is that Sarah Stevenson from Johns Hopkins?
That is Sarah Stevenson from Johns Hopkins. You're right, Noah, and that's gonna be big for their team as well. She's also in the 5K too on Johns Hopkins that won the national title in cross country. She was also an All-American indoors. She was 8th indoors and will be in the 5K with her 17:01 personal best.
She made a big move on that home stretch, but then Allman seems to have taken back the spot fairly easily from her.
That's 5th right now, though.
Yeah, yep.
And Ellie Myers continued to kind of pull away here as she has her eye sets on Maluli of Wisconsin lacrosse. So we got Wartburg over in Iowa. We got Williams in Massachusetts. We got Calvin in Michigan. Johns Hopkins in Maryland. Representing a ton of states here. And that is Emma Palumbo or it's Caroline McMartin of Central College. They're both in red. They're moving past Sarah Stevenson.
Back to the front of the race, Fisher has really closed down that gap and looks like she might want to just sneak a statement win here in the prelim.
Just to let everyone know that she is the defending national champion.
She swings wide, takes the lead.
Yep, and then it is Palumbo of St. Lawrence moving up past Sarah Stevenson. So 4th place is not guaranteed yet as we're going to have 1 lap to go here.
Fisher making a pretty big move there to immediately open up about a 10-meter gap.
Let Molly work, and then she'll take over with the bell lap.
Wartburg looking to get 2 in automatically.
Yep, and there's Jenna Allman of Calvin. Can she close the gap for that final big Q? But it looks like, based on where they're at time-wise, we're going to see a few athletes get in on time if they run a 90-second last lap or so.
We may see Meyer sneak into that 3rd spot. She's closing it down pretty quickly.
She has very efficient hurdle form. And it must be, I mean, I would not want to be, like, I couldn't be a steepler with how tall I am, but would not want to have to kick and go over these barriers as a quick little trip there. I don't mean to jinx anyone. I'm going to stop talking what I'm saying.
I've never tried to go over one before. I've looked at them and just thought better of it.
They're currently above my hips, so I don't think I could get over it.
Aubrey Fisher taking the final turn, heading into the home stretch. Looks to be a clear win. Let's hope she gets over these hurdles smooth and has eyes on the final.
So she'll have the steeple at the beginning of the day on Saturday and the 5K at the end of the day. DMR champion, last year's national champion, will have the fastest time of the day so far as Ellie Meyer kicks it in for 3rd, but they're already automatically in as Fitzgibbons gets 2nd, Meyer 3rd as she try to get 2nd there, and Maluli 4th, Jenna Allman 5th, and Sarah Stevenson in 6th. Looks like they should be okay on time here, and we'll pull up the results to let you know for sure who is getting in.
We're letting those qualifiers populate here on our results. The automatic qualifiers are going to be Aubrey Fisher, Evie Miller, Alyssa Loeffner, Molly Fitzgibbons, Ellie Meyer, Emma Maluli, Rachel Hirschhind, and Kendall Exeta. And then we move on to our 4 small Qs on time. It looks like the final time getting in was 11 flat. Those 4 women, Jenna Allman of Calvin, Isabella Glenn of Redlands, Emily Gilligan of Elmhurst, and Sarah Stevenson of Johns Hopkins sneaks the final qualifying spot with that 11 flat effort in the women's steeplechase.
So we'll see Aubrey Fisher back in the 5K. We'll see Evie Miller in the 5K. We'll see Sarah Stevenson back in the 5K. The rest, their national championship will be done after the final on the steeple on Saturday as Ellie Meyer and Aubrey Fisher chat with Maluli after the race. Jenna Allman looks excited that she's into the final from Calvin. She'll join her teammate Sadie Haringa, who is also in the 1,500-meter final as well. So Calvin distance showing up today already, getting into that final, and a few of them will be back for the 5K. 11 flat to get into the final there. They're not messing around right now. Doesn't beat when Annie Rodenfeld set the national record from the prelim. Welcome back to the D3 2022 Outdoor Track Championships. We are in Geneva, Ohio at the Spire Institute. On the track now is the men's 3K prelim, heat number 1. We got a few guys from John Carroll in here, and we'll read them off right now on the screen as they get started here. Cormac Peppered Kramer of John Carroll, Jeff Candle of Wash U, Christian Patska of Wisconsin Whitewater, Kevin Christensen of TCNJ, Adam Wilkinson of CMS, Cameron Hattler of Pomona Pitzer, Ethan Domitrovich of John Carroll, Connor Dolan of Wisconsin Eau Claire, Connor Lanciel of Wartburg, and Dylan Goodyear of Greenville.
Men tightly bunched coming around the first turn. Top seed here is going to be Christian Patska, 8:56 from Wisconsin Whitewater. He was 4th indoors in the 5K, so definitely some firepower here in Heat 1.
Yeah, we've seen 3 men go under 9 minutes here this season. Patska, he's got some range. Not only has he run 8:56, he was 4th in the indoor 5K. He's run 14:15 in the 5K and has run 3:49 in the 1500 meter.
He's not the only sub-9 athlete in this race, as Ethan Domitrovich from John Carroll also snuck under 9 this season with an 8:59 seed time, and he's shown some rapid improvement in the steeple. He broke 9 in his 4th ever steeplechase, and so definitely some promise in this event. And yeah, I mean, he'll get a chance to run 2 presumably this weekend. How fast is he going to get?
Yeah, we'll see. John Carroll has 3 guys in here. He mentioned how big getting their 4x1 in and Garrett Clark in. They'll have Alex Phillip, the defending indoor 3K and 5K champion, as well as Jamie Daly in the 5K, 10K. He was All-American indoors. So for team battle implications, they're going to need these guys to get into the final, as Patska is in the lead with Kevin Christensen of TCNJ, the College of New Jersey. And also to fill you in a little bit more on Ethan Domtromovich from John Carroll, he also stepped in to anchor the DMR indoors as Alex Phillip had to prepare for the 5K and anchored them to a 6th place finish, as Adam Wilkinson moves in the 3rd. If that last name sounds familiar, it's because his older brother Matt Wilkinson is the 2021 steeplechase national champion. He's 3rd all time. He also qualified to regionals running 8:39 in the D1 for Minnesota as he transferred for his grad year. So the Wilkinson family has some steeplechase genes as they move forward here down the home stretch, and Wilkinson takes the lead. His brother is proud.
Maybe a little pressure on his shoulders, so the bragging rights at home for sure.
Well, remember when we talked to Matt earlier on one of our podcast episodes, he was saying that Adam would like to push the pace and, make him not do his recovery runs the same way. And so he's learning from the best here, as we saw an athlete go down there. That looks like that was from Wartburg, Connor Lanciel. He's back up, though, as Wilkinson and Patska continue to lead, both with some nice, efficient hurdle form, going over these barriers here.
Their last 2 laps, exactly the same, 72-79 up front.
Back to back? Wow, he did. 72-79. Oh, I like that kind of stuff. Patska now overtaking the lead. Number 2 in the country heading into this championship weekend as he accelerates into the barrier. He gets that 1 foot wet that we mentioned and gets out quickly.
That's what you want to see. One wet foot. The men's race is tightly bunched still coming in to the home stretch. Kind of the opposite of what we saw in the women's race, where the top four kind of clearly separated as the race went on. The men look like they're game for a bunch sprint for the 4 qualification spots, but we'll see how it develops here about halfway in.
Yep, with 4 laps to go here. They're looking all together, as you were saying, Nolan. You know, it gets a little dicey when you're all bunched up with these barriers going fast, because, as I said, that Pasca starts to accelerate past the field now. Jeff Candle of WashU sitting in second. He was on that indoor DMR team, and also he was a 950 steepler last year. So from last year, he went from 950 to this year running 916, and now his PR is 904. So he's seen some improvement as well. And Kevin Christensen's up there. This is his first national meet ever. He's also ran 929 last year, so he's taken off 22 seconds to get here.
Saw Patska shake out the arms on the backstretch. He found himself with about a meter gap. Doesn't look like he's keen on really pulling away from the field, just wants to get out of traffic. I mean, you see some athletes throwing arms up on the inside rail there, and we talked earlier about just kind of the mental stress of approaching these hurdles in a pack. You don't get a clear look at it. It's a lot of times you want to be tucked in, not kind of taking the wind on yourself, but in the steeple, there's an advantage to being up front.
Oh, I got my jerseys mixed up. So the guy that fell is now back into second. That is Cameron Hatler of Pomona Pitzer. He's a true freshman for the Sage Hens, and he had a massive jump to get to qualifying here. So as mentioned, he's a true freshman. He started the year off running 9:48 and then dropped 15 seconds at the last chance qualifier to get in, running 9:03. He is also one of 3 Pomona Pitzer runners here in the race. We'll talk about his teammates in the next heat, but great to see him recover here and get back up and put himself in contention. Those orange shorts kind of threw me off, as I thought that might have been a Wartburg runner.
And we do have one backwards hat to add to the counter here.
So we're at 6 now.
At 6 now.
There's Lanciel. He did not fall. So for all you Wartburg fans at home, he is unscathed. He did not fall. My apologies to scare you there, as Patska continues to lead down the home stretch.
Interesting to see this lap split. They've been pretty consistently running in the 73, 74s. No one's really made a move, but at some point you do expect to see this pace quicken.
2 laps to go here. 800 meters separates them from Saturday's final.
Patska continues to do the work like clockwork. That's his 3rd 74 in a row up front. So he's controlling the pace. He's staying relaxed. But behind him, the kickers may be getting ready to go. Yeah,
we got a pack now about 9 as Hatler has fallen off pace here. So still, it's anyone can get a big Q here, as Dylan Goodyear of Greenville now moves into 2nd place.
Wilkinson kind of dangling off the back in a dangerous position here. He'll definitely want to make contact again, but you kind of see his mouth opening and closing there. He may be struggling a little bit. Yeah, with 500 meters to go and a few more barriers, it is a daunting task to get back to the pack if they are running away from you now. He just needs to focus and get clean over those barriers. Patska's still looking smooth. He is coming up to the bell, but yeah, there's a storm brewing behind him. And here comes Kevin Christensen as the wind picks up a bit. 8 minutes even here. 4 spots get you to Saturday's final. Patska, with his 3:49 1,500 meter speed, is looking to clear himself free of the pack, as the John Carroll boys are moving into 2nd and 3rd now. That was a 72-second last lap, so they definitely had a little bit of a winding up there, and that's still playing out down the backstretch. Lanciel of Wartburg moves into the 4th, and you can tell by the cadence it's definitely picked up a bit. Really only 2 athletes out of automatic qualifying position at this point. It's going to come down to the last home stretch here as the fans begin to stand up and cheer their athletes on. Patska followed by John Carroll duo, and Lanciel is your top 4. John Carroll is getting into trophy consideration, as Lanciel stumbles over that last hurdle.
They're going to get 2 into the final. Pasca qualifies. John Carroll gets 2, followed by Goodyear, I believe. I couldn't tell from the back of the singlet there. We'll figure it out.
Looks like Goodyear, yeah. Well, actually, it hasn't quite populated, but I believe it.
Yep,
Yep,
Goodyear
Dylan
gets
Goodyear.
in. So John Carroll, we'll see tonight with some points coming in from the 10K potentially. They'll have 2 more into the final as Patska gives a high five to his competitors. He's going to be in the 5K as well. So another big weekend for a steeple athlete as he hides behind the electricity field there. He's has to feel strong about his performance. He looked pretty effortlessly doing that. I mean, that's 10 seconds off his personal best or so.
Yeah, 907 is not messing around. As we mentioned earlier, it's a little bit humid out here. The wind isn't crazy, but it's blowing. Like 907, 10 seconds off your PB in the prelim. That's a really good effort, and he did it from the front, looking really controlled.
Yeah, and it looked like he was able to make moves when he wanted to. As you're saying, he's in control of his race, being able to dictate the pace and what have you as we go into now Heat 2 of the men's steeplechase. Spencer Moore of Emory, Jared Bryant of Rhodes, Christopher Collette, Wartburg, Tyler Cornerhouse of Dubuque, Adam Lenzer of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Nathaniel Gadachu of Pomona-Pitzer, Kevin Riley, Wheaton, Illinois, Ian Pearson, John Carroll, Michael Lee, WashU, and Colin Kirkpatrick of Pomona-Pitzer.
Speaking of Colin, he comes in as the top-ranked seed in either of these 2 prelims, running an 8:46, so 10 seconds clear of the second-best seed in this event. So he's ranked 6th all-time. He finished 10th in XC, so definitely has that strength.
Yeah, this will be his 5th ever steeple. In 4 steeple attempts, he's gone from 9:090 down to 8:46 and 6th all time. He's run 14:23 and 3:47, so another guy with range. And Pomona, they came in with 3 guys qualified, hoping to get at least 1 or 2 now. They have their hopes of 2 to get into the final.
Christopher Collette from Wartburg was the runner-up in the steeple last year, so he's an All-American finisher in the 5K, so he's definitely a strong contender as you see him up there.
Yeah, he's also 3rd in the indoor mile, and it's interesting. He ran 3:46 in the 1500, but decided to do the steeple 5K double. The steeple 1500 double would be nearly impossible, as he'd had to run a prelim today already, run this, and then basically run back-to-back races on Saturday. So he opted for the steeple 5K double instead.
Especially how loaded we saw the 1500 was. Not that any of these events are not loaded, but yeah, you're not doing yourself any favors.
I mean, he could have done the 15 5K double, but if you're the national runner-up and the guy who won graduated,
give it a shot.
You got to go for it.
Give it a shot.
Obviously.
Yeah.
As they're all bunched up here with 6 laps remaining. The lights are now on here at the Spire Institute. We still probably got an hour or so left of daylight, but it's fun to see the lights come on in the track. I mean, when the lights come on, it's game time.
We saw that John Carroll duo in prelim number 1. Now we're going to be treated to a Pomona-Pitzer duo. As I say that, I shouldn't bring it up. I shouldn't have said anything.
What do we got? They're giving a yellow flag, it looks like. So it'll most likely get under review. And that's Colin Kirkpatrick, too, the number 1 seed. He got up quickly, though.
He's back up. It looks like his shoes are on. I mean, yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that if we could at some point.
As Michael Lee of WashU takes the lead with Collette to his side. Michael dropped 10 seconds to qualify this year and was 10th last year. So his experience being in a steeplechase final and looking to get himself back there as well. As Collette and Gatchu of Pomona-Pitzer are 2-3.
Yeah, playing out much like that first heat. Really, running about 74s. That last lap was actually a 72, so Lee is picking it up just a tad, but the whole field taking measure, and no one's really running away, but we are strung out across that top turn now.
Yeah, getting some space here as they're starting to string out in a single file line. Lee is running very well, leading the national runner-up from last year. But again, it's one of these things where you got to control your effort. Gadichu of Pomona Pitzer now moving into Colette's shoulder here.
Kirkpatrick made a big move to get back into the middle of the pack. He was kind of hanging on at the end there and just swung out and passed everybody on that backstretch.
Showing some resilience as Kevin Riley of Wheaton, Illinois, putting himself in the mix. Gotta like the mustache there on Kirkpatrick. It's championship season. You gotta have that mustache ready to go. Still, everyone battling here. We have 5 guys starting to break away maybe from the other 5.
As soon as we say that, someone else comes in to fill the gap.
I think we are, not only are we the announcers on the live stream, but I feel like our voices have to be carrying out to the stadium. How are they doing this?
I think we're in their ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually mic'd up some people. We're going to go live now to Colin Kirkpatrick. Colin, how you doing?
Can you imagine these athletes mic'd up? It would just be very extremely heavy breathing.
It'd be awful television, but very entertaining nonetheless. As we continue here, as Michael Lee continues to lead over Christopher Colette, Nathaniel Gadichu, and Kevin Riley, as Colin Kirkpatrick kind of sitting there now in 5th. On shore, we see the officials are reviewing there at the 1,500 meter mark, or the start, I should say, kind of comparing notes. So we'll get you updated to see what happens and what the ruling is for Kirkpatrick. I think he fell off the track, did he not?
It looked like he fell on the inside, yeah, but I don't think he necessarily took any steps on the inside. We'll just have to wait for the official ruling. Michael Lee setting a steady tempo there in the lead with Colette on his shoulder. They've been clicking off about 72 mid, 72 high. We'll see what this next split is. It's bunching up just a little bit up front, which could indicate a slowing of the pace.
With 3 laps to go, we have 6 guys in contention for those 4 spots. 7 guys.
Yep, as I thought, we've slowed up just a couple seconds. The 74 kind of opened the door for the field to bunch up a little bit. They're becoming aware that it's going to come down to a kick.
Yeah, and if you're Colette right now, I feel like you got to be feeling pretty confident. You're a 3:46 guy. I mean, even Kirkpatrick, after he falls, it's the pace slows down. You're back in it. You've run 3:47 in a 1,500, setting yourself up well here with the final 1,000 meters.
Yeah, this definitely plays into Kirkpatrick's hand. I mean, when you fall, you have to get back up. You're really spiking the heart rate. This could give him a chance to recover just a little bit.
As they take the water jump here, Kevin Riley takes over, and you see Ian Pearson there trying to get back in, and there's Tyler Kernhout. No, that was from Dubuque. That was Adam Lojner of La Crosse there. He ran 9:05. He did qualify to run at USA's U20s. Fun fact. Running 9:05. As Kevin Riley extends his lead with 2 laps to go, 800 meters.
Not much of a change in pace, but we're definitely seeing some gaps start to open. That lap was only about a second quicker than the lap that preceded it. Nothing that's going to be too far away from these other men as they kind of fight to close that gap just a little bit on the backstretch with a little bit of a tailwind.
Kevin Riley dropped 15 seconds at his last meet qualifier to qualify for this race. It's also his first national meet ever. The senior is making the most out of it right now, making his presence known. He's coming in with the 4th best time, and he wants to make sure he gets the big cue to go to Saturday's final.
What a dream season, having that kind of improvement at the end and then just getting this opportunity you've never had before your senior year.
Oh, yeah. As you see across the track there, that's Marcus Weaver with the javelin indicating that he won. So that's big for Eau Claire, as he was not coming in as the final, as a favorite, as Kevin Riley takes the bell lap.
Kirkpatrick closing it. I'm sorry, Colette. I keep calling him Kirkpatrick. Colette closing it down, pulling onto his shoulder up on the top turn.
And that's Spencer Moore from Emory now kind of getting in the mix here as he's in 5th, battling with Michael Lee of WashU for that final spot as Colette overtakes Kevin Riley right now with 250 meters to go. Wow, Kirkpatrick, what a show of resilience. Falls down, gets back up, and is in third now with 200 meters to go, giving himself an opportunity to hopefully qualify for Saturday's final.
This fourth spot has been contested in every race we've watched so far tonight.
Right now it's Spencer Moore, but coming up is from Rhodes is Jared Bryant, as Kevin Riley screams out there as he gets passed by Colin Kirkpatrick. But it looks like Christopher Collette is going to take Heat 2 to automatically qualify. Kirkpatrick, Kevin Riley appear to be safe, but the battle for fourth is coming down to Jared Bryant and Spencer Moore. They see that it's come
Spencer
down
Moore.
to it's Jared Bryant, maybe. I couldn't tell, but they probably both are in on time.
Well, don't take the fun out of it, Stu.
I know. We'll probably see. We'll have to look. Congrats to both.
Looks like Bryant got that fourth
Bryant,
spot.
by .02.
.02. We'll check the compiled results here and get you a full listing of qualifiers.
Spencer Moore, he had plenty of room. Spencer Moore still gets in, though. So there's Christopher Collette, fired up that he's moving on to tomorrow's final, is cheering on his women's 4x4 teammates as they're about to take the track here. Not only did he just qualify for Saturday's final, he's also cheering on his teammates to get them to Saturday's final in the women's 4x4. He's fired up. He's ready to go. He knows what needs to be done.
We'll run you through the qualifiers from that men's steeplechase. Automatic qualifiers: Christian Patska, Cormac Pepper-Kramer, Ethan Dromuchevich, Dylan Goodyear, Christopher Collette, Colin Kirkpatrick, Kevin Riley, Jared Bryant, Small Q's, Connor Lanciel, Connor Dolan, Spencer Moore, and Jeff Candle is the last qualifier, 9:08, first man out. Michael Lee with a 9:13. So WashU gets one in.
As you watch Christopher Collette go across the field there, he gets fired up for his teammate Connor Lanciel, which will be big in the men's team battle as we now move into the long jump here before the women's 4x4 takes to the track. The women's long jump here will go straight into Katie Nippert as she is trying to battle herself into the final here. We still are in flight 2. As they get the mark here, Katie Nippert is currently is coming into this meet leading the way, and she has a stacked field against her. There are two other national champions in the field. Isabel Maletich right there on the bottom of your screen, throwing the peace sign. Looks like it might have been over in terms of the way they are celebrating. Our live results are not fully up to date, so I'm going to assume by the way in which we're going on Victoria Kadiri here that she won the national championship as she gives a hug to Katie Nippert. Her teammates are very excited. That means she wins indoor long jump, wins outdoor long jump. Had a great conversation with her prior to this on the D3 Glory Days podcast. So clearly we are good luck for the Hopkins Blue Jays as we'll figure out what she jumped to earn the national title. Again, this is just an assumption based on body language, but I got to assume that you see Katie Nippert not celebrate that jump and the staff of Johns Hopkins greeting Victoria Kadiri with open arms that she won the national title.
She gave the 2 thumbs up. That's a pretty good indicator.
And there's Bobby Van Allen, the head coach of Johns Hopkins, and they're going to flip to
we're going to see the jump now. We're going to see the jump now.
Thank you, Victoria. I'll pull up, let's see,
6:03.
6:03 wins this year's women's long jump. Her PR and the nation-leading jump was 6:06, so just off of her best as they pose now for the picture with her long jump coach. As they celebrate Victoria's win and back-to-back titles, we're going to jump now back to the track for the women's 4x4. And we have a doozy for a first heat. Before we tell you who's in it, to let you know, top 2 from each heat will automatically qualify, and the next 5 best to the final. Lane 2, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Lane 3, Wisconsin Lutheran. Lane 4, Middlebury. Lane 5, Milliken. Lane 6, Rochester. Lane 7, Loris. Lane 8, WashU. And Lane 9, Wartburg. And this heat is loaded as the leadoff legs take to the blocks.
Yes, Stu. Everyone, the top three really tightly bunched in this heat. Loris, WashU, Rochester all entering this race with the 3:44 seed time.
And they're off, yeah, as Noah mentioned there, 2, 3, 4, Loris, WashU, Rochester with their seed times coming into this meet right now. As you'll see in the first leg, they will stay in their lanes. And once they hand off, the second leg will stay in the lane for the first turn, and then they're able to cut in. Because of the stagger, it's very difficult to call who is leading. You can tell it looks like they're leading by a mile right there, but they'll have to go even further into the curve here as the other athletes, the stagger isn't as prominent, and then with the curve, you get a little bit of advantage if you're in the inside. So we're not going to guess at all as who's leading right now, as it comes down to who hands the baton off first and where you're able to get around the turn.
That's so hard to tell.
But based on this, we're going to go with Rochester here. As we get around the turn, though, could the inside lane of Emory make up anything right now? But it looks like it's going to be Rochester here.
And they make the break for the inside lanes.
And WashU is going to be taking it right now over Rochester.
And immediately opening up about a meter lead.
So we have WashU, Rochester, Wisconsin Lacrosse, and Loris, your indoor champions here, as WashU makes a sizable lead here in the prelim.
WashU was third at this year's indoor championships. Rochester was fifth, and as Stu mentioned, Loris is your returning national champion from indoors. So 3 of the top 5 from this year's indoor championships are in this heat as we see the handoff.
And Lacrosse with a good handoff, but she's still pushed to the outside as Rochester is holding them off on the outside. And this is a big second leg from Rochester to get back into contention here.
WashU continuing to push their advantage, but we've got 3 teams tightly bunched behind them, and I think they may reel in a couple meters here.
Lacrosse needs to get a team in. Loris needs to get a team in, as Elena Ball for Loris is right there.
Coming down the fence stretch, Washington U still holds a 10.
As WashU continues to extend the lead here.
Loris
Loris on the inside.
Loris on the inside. Do not leave the inside open.
But now she has a cut back over as they were in fourth. So she goes from lane 1 to lane 3 to hand off. As she hands off to Alyssa Fodnauer. Emma Kelly of WashU, I believe that's her, has the baton. I could be mistaken.
They may have even pulled another meter or 2 out of that handoff.
Yep, there's Emma Kelly. She'll be in the 800 tomorrow in the prelim. But Fodnauer closing the gap, maybe, maybe not. It looks like she's getting closed down potentially. She's got a big weekend ahead of her as Emma Kelly continues to give WashU the lead here on the anchor leg. As a reminder, top 2 get you in. Next 5 fastest to Saturday's final. WashU, Loris appear to have things in tow. Before I say that, though, here comes Rochester.
These are the 3 we expected to see, and these are the 3 we're seeing. We'll see if Rochester can close down on Loris. Nope, looks like that top 3 is coming through intact.
3:44, a quick first heat.
3:44 matching their seed times.
Wow. So top 2 get in as Emma Kelly gets the job done for the WashU Bears. That's going to be big for their team battle this weekend as they hope to get a trophy. She's also the number 2 seed or 3 seed in the 800 as well. So a big weekend for her as she'll have to run a prelim in the 800 tomorrow, presumably an 800 final on Saturday, and then come back for the 4x4.
3:44.16 for WashU, 3:44.52 for Loras, and 3:44.97 for Rochester. Really tightly contested first prelim.
So if I'm going to guess here based on some of the times we've seen, you add 2 more teams in plus the next fastest. We have 2 teams right now that are under 350. Probably going to take 352 or faster, 351 or faster to get in based off of the time qualifications. So pretty quick times here out of Heat 1 to set the stage now for Heat 2 as the leadoff legs take to the track here. I always loved the 4x4. I haven't ran it, didn't run it in college at all because I wasn't that type of runner, but in high school, it's such a fun event to get a distance 4x4 going, at least in my case.
You finish the 2 mile, and then like before you cool down, you head over and start the 4x4.
Well, that's an Indiana thing. In Illinois, the 2 mile is the beginning of the race.
Oh yeah,
Or the day, I should say.
That is an Indiana thing.
You guys are weird having the 2 mile at the end of the. All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, talking about high school cross country and track and field.
The
but
glory days.
The glory days, if you will. If you're looking for more behind-the-scenes coverage, we have a team out there getting some photos, interviews, etc. It'll be up on our social media at D3 Glory Days. Make sure you give us a follow, as we are so excited to be back here announcing the 2022 D3 Outdoor Track and Field Championships at the Spire Institute. Here is Heat 2 of the women's 4x4 in Lane 2, UChicago. Lane 3, Bethel. As mentioned, head coach Andrew Rock, gold medalist on the 4x4, D3 record holder. Senior Geneseo in 4, they have the nation leading time headed into this weekend. MIT in 5, Mount Union in 6, Rowan in 7, St. Norbert in 8, and the College of New Jersey, TCNJ, out in lane 9.
SUNY Geneseo, top seed coming into these championships, runner-up at Indoor Nationals.
And I believe they have the 4th best. Their 3:42.19 is the 5th fastest all time. So some firepower here. They are just beyond Nebraska Wesleyan, and it's weird to see not a Nebraska Wesleyan team here. I think they had an injury to one of their athletes, and they've had a long streak. We talked to them about their 7-peat. For 7 straight national championships across indoors and outdoors, they won 7 straight. It spanned, 3 or 4 national championships?
Yeah, always a shame to not see a legacy program on the line. But still, there's so much firepower here that I hate to say they won't be missed, but there's some high-caliber teams in this race.
Yeah. Mount Union, we should talk about, too. They've always are strong in the 4x4. The program historically is known for that 4x4 on the men's side as well. So we're going to see some strong performances here as we go to Heat 2 of the women's 4x4.
It's great to see so many of the podium teams. We mentioned 1, 3, 5 from Indoor Nationals were in Heat 1. We now have the 2 and 7 returners from Indoor Nationals in this heat. So it's cool to see so many of these teams being able to stretch the consistency through a whole year.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to do. We talked about this in the podcast is, the season starts in December. And for a lot of these track athletes, I mean, even cross country, but you're going from December all the way through May, through some holidays, through midterms and finals. So it's a long time as SUNY Geneseo has made up the stagger on a few teams here in the middle of the track here. TCNJ out in lane 9 will appear to be in the lead, but once they get the baton, it will most likely be SUNY Geneseo. But again, hard to tell on this first exchange as they get the baton first and TCNJ gets it second. We'll see off this stagger what they're able to do. But we'll see if we'll see Madison Mulder on the anchor leg for SUNY Geneseo. She's currently leading the nation in the 400. And we have the nation leading on your team. You feel good on the anchor leg.
For sure, but you gotta use them wisely too. As we mentioned, some of these teams will hold people off until the final, but when it's going to be so hard to qualify, it's hard to imagine leaving somebody of that caliber on the sideline.
And TCNJ gets back into things here They have some individual qualifiers as well as UChicago's in the mix. And a little bit different than the first heat. We're seeing teams go out in lane 3 and 4, spread across 4 lanes right now to get to their second leg, as that is Bethel storming down the home stretch, coming in stride for stride with SUNY Geneseo.
The first two again automatically.
Ooh, the backwards handoff there. So we got SUNY Geneseo, Bethel, MIT, 1, 2, 3 right now.
Yeah, kind of moving away from the rest of the field right now.
Bethel continues to move up here.
Bethel looking really good. Bethel kind of moving up to the shoulder now.
And they were 8th at Indoor Nationals, so they want to make sure they want to improve upon that, as they're going toe-to-toe with the nation-leading relay, as MIT followed by Mount Union, as they come into the home stretch to hand off to their anchor legs. Bethel, SUNY Geneseo, MIT still 1, 2, 3, as SUNY Geneseo has a slight edge coming down the home stretch, and yep, that is Madison Mulder, it looks like.
Bethel didn't quite get around and now seems to be kind of running out of gas into this handoff.
They have very similar back jerseys.
They
you notice
do,
that's
yeah.
white and blue. So maybe we're getting this wrong, but I believe that's Mulder leading right now for SUNY Geneseo. Look at a better look here on the other angle.
This is Geneseo in the lead.
Yeah, and Bethel's in second, and that's Mulder taking it, and she's leading it. But here comes Mount Union back into the picture here.
Moving up into
by
second.
MIT, blowing by Bethel here, going straight for the lead. What a anchor leg. Anchor leg by Madison Miles. Getting her team to an auto qualifier spot with 100 meters to go. Can she hold on?
Isn't quite going to close down on Geneseo, but looks to be a solid second.
Madison Miles out of Mount Union from 4th to 2nd
What a
to
leg.
secure her spot, her team spot in the final. Mulder finishes off 346. Let's see if my prediction holds true here or not. Under 351.
The winner of heat number 2.
There's one team. We need 2 more.
49 seconds. And MIT 348.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to see it. We might go even faster. We might go under. No, we won't.
349.
349. Wow.
Whoa.
That's going to be an electric final. 5 seconds separate 9 teams for tomorrow's final, as Rochester and San Geneseo, they know each other well from the Atlantic Regional, as they've had some fast times together and against each other. And before we get to the men's 4x4, we're going to take you over to the javelin runway. We already announced who won, but let's see how Marcus Weaver did it. But before we get to Marcus Weaver's throw, this is Will Lawrence from UW Platteville throwing 66.03, another PR for him. So another athlete that comes into the meet throwing a PR to win, to get an All-American performance. And here's Marcus Weaver. He's already competed in 5 events today in the decathlon, and now he throws it 67 meters to take home a national title. And here's Owen Daniels. Lane Owens, excuse me, from Rowan. He finished 9th for Rowan. Marcus Weaver high-fiving that Rowan crew we talked a lot about earlier.
Yeah, seeing the camaraderie here amongst all the throwers. They know Marcus Weaver had a full day, and to come out and still win the javelin, just a huge display of athleticism as we take a glance at the podium. All these athletes with their All-American awards. What a day over on the javelin runway.
He'll be transferring over to Arkansas later. And here's our top 4 on the screen. As you can see, Brett Haig of St. John's, Minnesota, 65.06. In 3rd, Greg Peloso of Rowan. In 2nd, Will Lawrence of Platteville. And Marcus Weaver, as we mentioned, throwing 67 meters even from Wisconsin, Eau Claire. And now we have the men's 4x4 on the track.
Lane 8, State University of New York, Geneseo.
In Heat 1, we have in Lane 2, Wisconsin-Eau Claire. Lane 3, Emory. Lane 4, Wisconsin-Oshkosh. Lane 5, CMS. Lane 6, McMurray. Lane 7, Dubuque. Lane 8, Senior Geneseo. And in Lane 9, Wash U. Dubuque coming into the meet with the nation-leading time of 3:10.
Only 7th indoors, but to come out outdoors and run a 3:10 and lead your way into this meet, pretty cool. We'll see the returning national champions from indoors in Heat 2, but yeah, Dubuque coming in with a pretty commanding lead in prelim number 1.
Yeah, Dubuque has some of their guys on the 4x4 that qualified for the 4x1 earlier as well. They have a strong team here. They're looking to hopefully get into that podium performance to bring a trophy home to Dubuque. We could see a few trophies heading back to Dubuque, but not from both Loris and Dubuque, as they both are in that town.
They're going to have to get through some other really talented teams here in this first prelim, including Wash U, who are second, the runner-up at the indoor national meet. Wisconsin-Eau Claire was 4th at that indoor national meet, and SUNY Geneseo was 3rd at that national meet. So there's a lot of teams with, national meet podium experience to get through first.
Yeah, and Oshkosh was 8th. We're looking at 5 teams that were All-Americans in indoors, and now they're all battling it out for the outdoor shot to get to the final, as I have an Emory parent in front of me filming the entire race, so I'm sure he'll have a nice memory if they qualify for Saturday's final. Gosh,
Exactly.
it's Saturday's final, everyone. Saturday's final.
Well, he can overdub our call onto his home video. It'll come out looking really good. There's podium teams from indoors who aren't going to make the final outdoors.
That's a bold statement. We'll see. Potentially. Did WashU just...
What WashU is?
Did he go out of his lane?
Yes.
Did I see that correctly?
Yeah,
I don't want to rat him out, but
I think we saw the athlete on the inside lane kind of signal to him.
I don't see any flags yet. Interesting. We'll have to look on the replay there if that did happen.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the race here. And something to note out of WashU, they were the runner-up here in indoors. Because of this performance, they were able to secure a runner-up performance from this man, Andrew Whitaker. He was the indoor 60-meter national champion. He also earned a spot on the Green Bay Packers training camp, rookie training camp.
Dubuque on the outside.
As Dubuque. But Whitaker showing off his NFL experience, bringing it home for WashU.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be on the other end of that.
No. WashU was the 16th seed right now heading into this meet. They still have 700 more meters left to go, but they are putting themselves in contention to get back into a final in the 4x4. As here comes.
Where did Emory come from?
This is Emory.
They weren't even in the top 3. Where did they come from?
They had
Moving
a
into the lead.
a massive second leg. The parent in front of us is still composed. His video is high quality as they come down the home stretch here. As Senior Geneseo takes over. Oh, man, we have 6 teams all together. What a leg by Emory to get himself still in position as we go to the anchor legs.
Oh, he's tying up. He got the baton off just in time.
WashU continues to lead, but here comes CMS on the inside. Any flags? We keep ratting
We're
people
going to have
out.
to sort this one out
Yeah.
after.
Oh,
and a push.
I just
A
yelled.
push by WashU.
I am so sorry, folks, for yelling about that, but you don't see that very often. WashU, CMS battling, literally battling.
Dubuque coming back into it.
It's going to be a wild final 100 as WashU uses that push to propel themselves down the home stretch.
Wow, what a chess match this has been.
Oh, no, but here comes Levski of Eau Claire to give Eau Claire a big cue for Saturday's final. We'll see if this is under review or not. That had the makings of everything.
Teams were just coming out of nowhere that whole race.
Throwing elbows, going outside of the lanes.
WashU pushed, with the push, he actually pushed himself backwards.
the excitement overtook us here as we figure out what's going to happen here, but they are sprawled out on the track, on the infield there, giving it their all to get their teams into the final as the lights are beaming down now. The sun is setting and the fireworks on the track are heating up.
There may be some sorting out to do after that heat. So we're still waiting for the results to populate here, but
I'm sure that's under review.
yeah.
If you all were with us indoor, we're back to some drama in the 4x4. If you recall, in the indoor final, we had 2 DQs that led to a 90-minute delay on who to crown the national championship. And if you stuck with me through that 90 minutes, you can stick with us today as we figure out what happened in the first prelim, as CMS is sprawled out still on
everything.
the track. They are giving it their all to make sure they're going to the final, but as mentioned, we will have to see what happens. But let's focus now on Heat 2 and introduce you to the teams who are in Heat 2 as they get their blocks situated as a big final leg from Wash U. We'll see what happens, though. In Heat 2, Lane 2, we have Wisconsin lacrosse, the defending national champions from indoor and last year outdoor Rowan. In Lane 4, Hardin-Simmons. Lane 5, Wartburg. Lane 6, your Sinus. And this is their first relay team in your Sinus men's track and field history to qualify for a national championship.
Yeah, you definitely got to pull for that.
That is pretty cool. That is their first ever relay. Andrew Rocks, Bethel in Lane 7, Loris in Lane 8, and Mount Union in Lane 9. Don't count out Mount Union.
Never count out Mount Union. Home crowd here, home stadium. Didn't make the finals indoor. They've got a lot to prove here.
Yeah, they had a guy go down indoors, actually. He came up with a hamstring in his individual 400, which led to them missing out. And we're going to get you a push here. We're going to show you the push from earlier. You decide what the call should be. We're used to this, getting the good replay. Oh, there's one push from. So we're seeing 2 pushes here. Who was that? That might have been. And then the other push right here.
Oh, he's going to be disqualified. 3 steps on the inside and then cut in.
I think CMS, cut it in on him. You need at least a step to cut in on him. But was that SUNY Geneseo potentially with the other push?
Well, CMS took 3 steps inside the rail.
Right, but that first push that pushed him off the rail, he got pushed by someone. If we want to run that back maybe one more time, the first push, I don't know.
We've got pushes happening all over the place here.
You let us know. Tweet at us. What's your call? We'll figure it out. We'll get it sorted for you. I know our team on the live stats will get us up to date as we can. But, yeah, it looks like they do have – everything is still good. So Wash U, Eau Claire, Dubuque, SUNY Geneseo, CMS, Oshkosh, Emory, McMurray in that order. There's no flags yet. I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there'll be a protest because we can't get away from a 4x4 and not have a protest as the gun goes up for Heat 2.
Yeah, we're going to be here all night getting this sorted.
Love it. I have snacks this time, though.
Good. I have a tuna sandwich.
Yeah, it smells in here.
I know. I'm sorry. I picked the smelliest food to bring into the booth. What lane is Ursinus in?
They're in 6. And they're off. We don't want to cheer for anyone in particular, but if you want a heartwarming story, your Sinus, their first team in team's history to get a relay team to the national championship. They're in lane 6, wearing orange jerseys.
We'll get a better idea here as we round the bend, make the handoff, and then the second leg will cut in on that backstretch, and we'll get a clear picture of what's happening.
That's Jared Storm out of Mount Union, a decorated 400 runner, experience in the national meet. Mount Union 4x4 won the OAC national championship, and that made, you're like, why are you telling me that? Well, they were tied with John Carroll going into that 4x4, and they came out with the win. As we see Dayton Love of Wartburg now battling with Mount Union. Maybe has an advantage on the inside.
Dallas Wright led that off. He actually ran a really great first leg.
Dayton Love.
They're well clear.
Yeah. Wartburg, Mount Union. Wartburg has some revenge to have as they didn't make the final in indoors.
Yeah, kind of a showdown of two teams who didn't make the final indoors and definitely had the firepower to do so.
They don't want a small queue. They want a big queue. And they are making sure they get that. As the 4 other teams battling it down. Wartburg hands off in first. Mount Union second. Bethel in third, it looks like. Or is that Loris? That might be Loris in third.
I believe that's Loris.
But here comes Rowan around the pack. So we got Wartburg, Mount Union, the defending indoor and outdoor national champions Rowan in third. Mount Union continues to lead here as they come down to their anchor legs. Running very strong, but here comes Rowan and Bethel as Wartburg starts to tie up.
Wartburg's fading back into the pack a little bit here. Let's see if he can give away this baton in time.
Amara Conte from Rowan gets the baton. Matt McBride from Mount Union has the baton. And Amara was the anchor leg on their indoor national champion team.
Here comes Rowan.
And there's Mike Jasa out of Loris bringing Loris back into the mix here. He'll be in the 800 tomorrow as he's leading the nation right now in that. He wants to make sure, though, he has two races on Saturday after tomorrow's 800-meter prelim.
Mount Union not giving up lane 1. Held Rowan off on the shoulder. He'll enter the home stretch in the lead.
So Rowan and
Jason might get it.
Gosh, I should have said that.
He got it. Stu with the early call there.
I have a bad angle.
We have the same angle.
I've been calling them, all of them, pretty accurate.
Loris
I'm
made
about
up
to talk that relay team that they gave up early. I mean, my prediction came up short. But, hey, they still make it on time, though. Rowan will be in that final tomorrow. Same with Wartburg as they match the leading time from the first heat. So, tentatively, here is the final for the 4x4. Mount Union, Loris, WashU, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Rowan, Wartburg, Bethel, Dubuque, SUNY Geneseo, Wisconsin Oshkosh. Not yet. Potentially, they're out right now. But we'll see. You saw what we saw. And if we know 4x4 is a national meet, you know it's going to be under scrutiny here. And so we're going to
back to the Spire Institute in Geneva, Ohio. This is the D3 National Track and Field Championships for 2022. Stu and I of D3 Glory Days here up in the booth. We've been calling prelims all day, Stu, and now the first final steps to the track.
Yep, excited to see our first final, our first track national champion be crowned today. And we get things started with the women's 10,000 meters, 25 laps around the track here. And it's going to look like a cross-country race with who we have in the field. We're going to run through things really quickly here and introduce you to these athletes. In this race as well, we have the 10K national record holder, Cassie Parker, running 33:03. Ari Marks, national runner-up in cross country and the indoor 5K and 3K. Fiona Smith, 5th from St. Benedict, 5th at cross country, 3rd and 4th in the indoor 3K and 5K. Meredith Bloss, CMS. Clara Mayfield of Carleton, both of whom were All-Americans cross country. Alex Ross, 20th in cross country from Johns Hopkins. Sophie Wolmer of Amherst was 7th in the race last year. Anna Tucker was 11th in cross country from Hope. Rachel Krause from Wisconsin Stevens Point. She was 10th in the indoor 5K. Emma Walter from Wash U. She was 40th in cross country. Izzy Gangaro of MIT was 30th in cross country and 8th in the indoor 5K. Ashton Keene of Wisconsin Oshkosh. Sophie Young of Wash U. Frances Schaeffler of Chicago. Shaylin Hostager of Wartburg, 71st in cross country. Bridget Selfers of Johns Hopkins. Amy O'Sullivan of Westfield State. Cameron Bouchasis of John Carroll. She was 8th in the 10K last year and was 57th in cross country this year. Kier Olsen, WashU. Emma Tapscott of Williams. Erica Esper of John Carroll. And Tessa Pikovich of Ohio Northern, and we're underway.
As they take off around the top turn. It's a clear night here in Geneva, Ohio. It's currently about 70 degrees, 70% humidity with some light winds. So really not a bad night for a 10K.
Yeah, still that 70% humidity is fairly rough, though. You're going to probably be sweating a bit here. Don't see any water cups out there. Usually when it is in that high humidity or high heat, they'll pass along some water cups for the athletes. But you can see here as Cassie Parker is looking around, she finds herself in the lead going through in 40 seconds, which is 5:20 pace for the first 200 meters or so. She's going to try her best to control this race. She's running the 10K, 5K. She had a massive conference meet 2 weeks ago running the 10K, the 1500, and the 5K as well. You can tell by their cadence a little bit. This is a fairly comfortable pace for all these women. It is packed up, looking like a cross-country race, looking like a road race. No one's going to want to take the lead this early into a 25-lap race.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Cassie Parker this year, and it would not be crazy to see her go off the front early. She seems to like to run races like that. But in other conditions, we've seen her, show some patience.
Yeah, they went through an 87 there. So a fairly easy pace for a lot of these women is that's just under 6-minute pace, as well as we have a new leader, which I'm sure Cassie Parker is pleased with.
Yeah, I'm curious just how long the top talent in this race is going to want to kind of putz around, or if somebody who we haven't thought too much about is willing to go up there and put some pace into it. Maybe someone thinks they run really well in the humidity, and they're willing to go for it early.
Yeah, and that's Clara Mayfield out of Carleton. Looks like they're sporting a new singlet. Usually they're in yellow, but has a white singlet right now. She's coming in with a 5th seed as she has a 4:52 mile PR. She was 10th in cross country, 4th in the indoor mile, and was 10th in the 3K. She'll be back in the 5K, but as you can see on these faces, looking fairly content right now in the early stages of a 10K. But you and I both know that can change very quickly.
Long way to go here, Stu. Can Cassie Parker be beaten in a distance race in Division III?
I don't think she's going to lose this race right now. I know, speaking with Annie Rodenfels, I know they've been working on Ari Marks' kick, and she's dialed down her PR this year, and especially in the 1500. I think she was lacking that speed in indoors. It's now 4:34. I see the 10K for Cassie. This is her wheelhouse. However, if it stays slow, she has to deal with people who can kick. I mentioned that Clara Mayfield has a 4:52 mile PR. Fiona Smith has a 4:29 1500 meter PR. So she's dealing with people who have run some strong mile 1500 races this season. The biggest contest for her, I believe, she's the D3 record holder, 33.03. She's in a league of her own in terms of that. She's a 73-second advantage over Ari Marks, who we're going to see Ari compete very hard this weekend. She's been the runner-up in the last 3 national races, cross-country, 5K, 3K. For Cassie, right now, on the back of her mind, it has to be the 5K. We mentioned Ella Barron scratching the 1500 to go all in on the 5K. Cassie and Ella are 2 of 3 women to break 16 minutes in the 5K. Cassie doing it indoors, Ella doing it outdoors. She's number 2 all time. So the effort has to be controlled here. However, she's dealing with multiple athletes who have been top 10 in cross country, dealing with indoor All-Americans, outdoor All-Americans. So she's got a big weekend ahead as they go through 1,200 meters in 4:16.
Just seeing how tough Ari Marks ran indoors, like consistently challenging, really never out of the race. You just have to believe she's tired of finishing second, and she showed up here with maybe something up her sleeves.
Yeah, and it's fun to see a rise out of an athlete like this. I was able to speak with her during cross country, and this might be repetitive from those who listened in indoor, but she really took COVID to take running more seriously and really began taking control of her training, realizing what she was doing, wanting to be better. And she went all in. And I think during cross country, she was starting to shock some people here, as we have 5 athletes off the back already. So we have about 17 athletes all in the mix right here. It's kind of starting to string out, so there's potential a little bit of a insertion of pace. We'll try to get some splits for you.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent. We'll see what they are on this lap, but we've been running about 84, 85 over the last couple laps.
Yep. So, fairly honest, I guess, for a national meet. Should still be maybe in some of these women's wheelhouses here, as we'll run through Clara Mayfield, Cassie Parker, Sophie Woolmer, Meredith Bloss, Fiona Smith, Ari Marks, Amy O'Sullivan, Alex Ross, and Anna Tucker. Was that 9? Did I count off there? I think that was 9.
Yeah, you were right. Slight injection of pace there. 82. Mayfield takes him through that last lap. Definitely creates a clear separation, and this is going to be, our All-American pack.
Yeah, we've seen this from the indoor 5K and 3K. The 3K was a little bit more tactical than the 5K was, and you really have to put yourself in a position to, when the moves are made, to be able to respond, because there's going to be injections of pace most likely throughout this race. We're still, very early into the race, a 5:39 first mile. So we have 5 miles, 5.25 miles still left to go here. So anything can happen, but for those athletes like Meredith Bloss and Sophie Woolmer, you want to tuck in right here. You're in the outside of lane 2, so you're running 7 meters per lap more than your competitors on the rail. So just stick on the rail, hang out, turn your mind off for a little bit, and turn it back on at 5K.
Is there anybody in this initial breakaway, or anybody not in this initial breakaway, that you're surprised by? I mean, I see the main players up front, but...
Yeah, you look at some of them right now. Izzy Gangaro or Emma Walter, they're 10th and 11th. They're All-Americans in cross country as well. Rachel Cross has had a strong season so far. She's putting herself in that second mix. And as I say, I'm surprised Izzy Gangaro is not in that main pack. There she goes, attaching herself right to it, checks the watch split, and now she's in. And there's a shot of that 5 athletes in that back of the pack there. They're going to be working themselves into a race, hopefully trying to get a PR right here. But it's interesting right now. So they Gangaro from MIT bridges the gap to now it's 10 athletes, and they have another 6 or so behind them, maybe 7 behind them, wondering if they'll reattach and become a group of 17.
Mayfield just said, you know what? I'm not doing this the whole way. I'm not taking you guys through 5 miles. So now we have Cassie Parker back on the lead. Really definitely no injection of pace. She may have even slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah, and right next to her is Meredith Bloss. I had the opportunity to speak with Meredith and some of her teammates, Emily Clark and Riley Harmon, this year. And, she transferred from Cornell, the Ivy League Cornell, and saw immediate improvement to her running. She found it a little bit more balanced. She was only running, 18 minutes for a 5K or so, and now her PR is in the 16:30. She's run 34 minutes here, 34:35 for a 10K. She didn't really deem herself as a 10K runner, but here we are going all in on the 10K, hoping to take home another All-American trophy.
I think we're going to see a pretty slow lap split here. Yeah, 127. So
87, yeah.
yeah, 87, 89 the lap before that. So we're actually going to see these two packs likely come together over the course of the next lap or two.
And from 10, we have 17. And from a race of, it's a massive race now.
Yeah, Emma Walter for WashU bridging that gap. And we're going to see this pack group back up again. We'll see how long until someone gets impatient. I really don't think Cassie is going to be the one to make the first move unless they leave it super late.
Yeah, and it should be said that this is one of the deepest 10K fields we've seen here at the national meet. This season, 8 women broke 35 minutes in a 10K. The most before that was 5. Unfortunately, Kathleen McCary is not in this race to make it an even 10. However, they're still able to be a deep field. It took 36:08 to be the last time in, and that's 2 seconds faster than the hardest year to make the national meet. If no one would have scratched, all 22 women would have been under 36 minutes. As we see a massive shot there of the entire field back together. You know, typically indoor, we saw the 5K Cassian off the front, and it became, a battle of the chase packs. 3K was tactical. We're seeing it tactical again. And even the women who were off the back there, the first 5, they're starting to work together here, and they're not as far off the pack as they once were.
Yeah, Walter brought that train back up, reconnected the two groups, and then kind of tucked in there in lane 2 or 3. But you have to imagine this pack can pull away again anytime they want to.
And that's going to be, for 10K, it's all about, I'm sure you're in the same situation as yourself as a runner. At a 10K like this, you want to get into a rhythm. You want to hit even splits. You don't want to yo-yo back and forth. And it takes a little bit of mental toughness to handle the back and forth, the ups and downs, the slow laps, the fast laps. And it almost turns into a fartlek type workout. And if you're not comfortable with that type of yo-yoing, you're going to be off the pack very quickly. You just got to turn it off, stay behind the person, ride that train, and you'll be set up for success later in the race.
Yeah, I think some athletes are really dedicated to just slowing the effort just to get through the conditions when maybe they would be better served with setting a slightly more up-tempo pace. Because right now everyone is reactionary to whatever Cassie Parker wants to do. The race is slow, it's tactical, but she's making that way. You can see people, Mayfield on her shoulder. Nobody is going to go past Cassie Parker because they know what she's capable of.
11:30 here for the first 3,200 meters. So that is 5:45 pace. So for those at home, they ran 5:39 in that first mile, and now they ran in the, what would that be, like 5:49 or something like that to even it up, 5:48.
I'm not a calculator, Stu.
Well, that's what we have you here for.
But that was an 85-second last lap, I can tell you that. And Cassie Parker is now opening up a little bit of a gap on that backstretch.
2 miles in.
Could this be the move, or is she just feeling a little bored?
And, yeah, I would maybe a little bored, but here are the contenders coming to the mix here. Fiona Smith, Ari Marks. As I mentioned earlier, you see a move made, you have to be ready to counter it. And as said, it's going to be yo-yoing back and forth. Here's the first yo-yo, and look, it broke apart that second pack as we're now into 2 packs once again from that first pack of 10 to that backpack of 7 now.
Yeah, you love to see that reaction from Smith and Marks. They just seem to wake up all of a sudden, and now they're all back together. And so I'm not sure if Parker has kind of let up on the gas a little bit and just wanted to break the pack up, or if we're really seeing a sustained pace injection.
Actually, now they were able to take off 2 from their main pack of 10 and in 1 lap. That is now our All-American battle right there. Those are 8 women, 1 through 8. We'll see if that next group of 9 can reattach themselves. But for right now, if you want to be an All-American at this point in the race, you got to be in that top 8. Obviously, things can change here as we have 16 laps to go. But as the way things stand, your best path for an All-American finish is in that pack, unless you're in that second pack and you start working together and wait for people to fall off and use that for your momentum.
Yeah, that was an 82, but the second half of that last lap was definitely a little faster. So curious to see what we're going to see here. Parker does not look like she wants to keep that moving, but Bloss is now moving back up to her shoulder. Will she go by, or is she going to hit that force field that Parker has put up from her shoulders?
It looks like she saw the force field and hit the brakes there a little bit here, and that's going to give room for some of these athletes to come back to them.
You'd love to see somebody just go for it here.
I mean, it's still really – we got 15 laps.
I know.
I mean, the 10K is such a fascinating race when there's moves like this made up and down, back and forth, because that's how you break people. You can't just have it on a consistent level here as they try to move into a single file line to take off some of the work. Cassie Parker knows that she is the one to beat. She's confident in herself.
That was an 88-second lap.
Yeah.
So that was just a minor pace injection just to break it up. I mean, it's really interesting. Walter here is now bridging the gap for a second time to get back up to this group.
Yeah, the Wartburg runner is Shailene Hostiger. So she's now attached, and the WashU is at Walter. She might be a little bit in the middle here she's got to make the decision right now. Do I go and make a move here for one lap to reattach, or do I run this by myself? And I would choose the former.
Well, the risk is you get back up to the group, and then Parker makes another move.
Yeah.
And you don't really get a chance to settle in at all.
I mean, if you're going for Cassie Parker, you're running 5:45 pace through 3,200 meters. This is a tempo for her 33:03.
Yeah.
You can see here a glimpse of that second pack that got a little bit picked apart there from that first move made, as now our pack of 8 has grown to a pack of 9 as Clara Mayfield moves into fourth next to Sophie Wolmer. Sophie unfortunately got injured during the cross-country season, so she wasn't able to compete at nationals, but now she is back after an indoor performance, and now back here where she was her first All-American in the 10K, where she was 7th in 2021. And for Cassie Parker, this is where she won her first national title. This is where it started.
Here we are again. The pace is really all over the place. There's subtle variations, but we're talking 2-3 second swings per lap. That's enough to just, kind of zap people if you're not expecting it.
And I wonder if that's the game plan. I wonder if they researched that, Fiona Smith and Ari Marks have definitely built their speed up over this outdoor season. Clara Mayfield, 4:36, 1,500 meter shape. So maybe take a little zap out of them so that way they can run away from the rest of the field here at the end of the race here. And I just want to give a shout out to the Coaches Association. I know this was on the table a lot to when to have the 10K. There's been years where it's in the morning. There was years when it was during the day. And the decision to go at night is so cool.
It's so nice. Yeah, they've got the stadium lights on here. Looks awesome on the broadcast. It's a really great atmosphere here at the Spire Institute. And it's giving these athletes, the most beneficial conditions that we can possibly offer them to showcase their, high-end athletic ability. I know it's a championship race, and so times don't matter, but still. I want to give a little shout-out here to Wolmer, Sophia Wolmer of Amherst. She was 7th in the 10K. She's positioning herself well in this pack to at least improve on that position.
Yeah, we see a little bit maybe of an insertion of pace here as the last lap again was an 85 as Bloss and Hostiger of Wartburg kind of fell off the back of there a little bit, but looks like they're reattaching themselves to make the group whole again at 9. And I would hate to be in that 7, 8, 9 position right now. Like, you are a little bit off the pack. You're with someone else, and whoever wins that little mini race is an All-American, and no one isn't.
Yeah, there's a good chance that when things really get going here, there could be some carnage from this pack too. There's going to be athletes who are not in our picture right now who are measuring their effort well, running a consistent tempo, who have not been through this far like that Cassie Parker's putting on, and they may be well positioned to close it down in the last couple Ks of this race.
So we were talking while they went through the 5K, it was roughly maybe 17:50 or so 35:40-ish pace there. So Cassie Parker with a PR of 33:03 on 35:40 pace through halfway. You're feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, but these other athletes are going to be feeling pretty comfortable too. Yeah.
As Fiona Smith now bridges the gap. What a season that she's had. Her and Ari Marks were the ones who took control of their indoor, already being runner-up in both the 3K and 5K.
That was another 85-second lap. So now we're establishing a more consistent tempo.
Yeah, Fiona Smith, 5th at Cross Country Nationals, 3rd and 4th in the 3K and the 5K. She was 5th in the 5K in 2021. She's also 19th all-time in the 5K as well. Or maybe that's, yeah, no, sorry. She is 6th all-time in the 5K after she ran 16:16 out at the Drake Relay. She's 19th all-time in the 10K. Getting my facts confused with her success.
Well, we do have a little bit of a gap here. I mean, everybody back to Emma Walter in 10th are all running 85s. So everyone is actually running about the same pace, just a little bit of a gap around the track, which is one kind of interesting thing.
Yeah, same. What would we call that? We call it same pace, more space. So if you took the risk of going out early, you maybe could have held on for a little bit there. But again, is this Walter coming back up, or is this Sophie Young?
Walter's a couple athletes back in 10th.
Right, she's going to bridge the gap here to get into that next pack there with Wartburg and Meredith Bloss. The Wartburg runner is Shailene Hostiger.
Yeah, Walter has been kind of the big...
Oh, it's just going right around.
She's been kind of the big mover, fluctuating between these two packs. And like I said, they're all running about the same tempo. I mean, that was another 85 really across the board.
Oh, and it's starting to rain now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you see the rain coming down on your screen.
Bring on the elements.
Falling through the lights. Honestly, for these athletes, the rain might feel pretty good.
Yeah, a little refreshing right there. And, you know, Emma Walter probably took a deep breath and was like, all right, you have to go for this now as she moves into 8th place.
The rain's going to knock some of that humidity out of the air, I think. I'm not a scientist. It's also going to cool things down a little bit for these athletes. And as they get into the later stages of this 10K, I mean, we're coming up to, 6K, 4K to go. That's going to feel kind of nice. It may, who knows, maybe it might inspire somebody to make a little move.
And it also pushes some of the parents inside who didn't bring umbrellas, who weren't prepared for this weekend.
The fair weather fans head for the infield, or shelter, I should say.
Head for shelter here as we have 7 athletes come on your screen. And, you know, at the back of that 7 is Anna Tucker from Hope. She was 11th in cross country. She was in the 5K. She had a fairly quiet indoor 5K season, you know, getting her early qualifier in December. Unfortunately, she DNF'd that race. Looked like she was maybe a little injured, was fairly upset after that. So to see her now back a few months later in contention for an All-American award is a great sign of resilience, and glad that she, you know, figured out if she was hurt or whatnot.
John Hopkins running in 6th. Anastasia Tucker, Hope, running in 7th.
The drama continuing to build in this women's 10,000 meter, our very first track final of the day. We are going to crown a national champion here in about 4,000 meters.
Our first one on the track. You got to love it here in Geneva, Ohio at the Spire Institute. And Emma Walter.
Look who's attaching here.
I don't care where she finishes. She's getting the race of the weekend. Or the effort of the weekend, or the race. That's amazing.
So she actually had the fastest last lap. She ran an 83. Everybody else was around 84, 85. So, yeah, we're reconnected to this pack. Let's see if she hangs out for a second or tries to move up a little bit.
And you could tell that the pace slowed down because she almost clipped Anna Tucker's heels there. Her momentum bringing her back to the pace. And again, here's Shailene Hostiger. Needs to make another move to get back into it as well. I think the rain stopped now, though.
As we get further and further into this race, Cassie Parker is going to go, but the question is when. But someone just broke through the force field. Mayfield has just broken through the force field on Cassie Parker's shoulders.
And she's the only one that's ever led besides Cassie.
Yeah.
So she's the only one that is willing to take a risk here and go for it at the 10K final right now. You got to let us see it. Maybe this puts a little sense of urgency here if we have about, 12 minutes left of racing or so?
Yeah, I mean, she took the lead after an 87-second lap. So I mean, like we were talking about earlier with tempo, maybe she was just more comfortable around 85, 84 when Parker decided to slow it down again. She just said, you know what, my body feels good at 85, 84. I'm just going to take it. Parker's now fallen back into fourth.
Maybe she's kind of setting herself up for a late surge here.
Or maybe she's not feeling good. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe she's not feeling good.
No.
She's feeling good.
Look at her. She looks like she's just hanging out. Noah, you've been in a national title race like this in the 10K. Unfortunately, you were not in.
Not sure I want to talk about that on the air, Stu, but
yeah, you weren't in All-American position. However, you do have experience in these type of high-intensity 10K races. You're in a pack of 8 right now, coming up to 6,800 meters, 2 miles to go. When do you make a move?
I think you have to start evaluating your strengths as an athlete. I think, personally, I was somebody who liked to make a long push. I liked a faster tempo for a long time. There's definitely athletes in this pack who are going to want to do that. But when you have somebody like Parker who can kind of do it all, you reevaluate. There it is. There's the move.
And we're gone. And we're gone. Cassie Parker, with 2 miles to go, throws down. You knew she was going to time a move out as we're coming up to some lapped runners here.
Nice reaction from Marks, though, immediately closing
Marks,
it down.
As mentioned, Annie Rodenfeld's given us the inside information that they've been working with Ari to make sure she can handle this type of move. But also there, Alex Ross. We haven't really talked about Alex Ross at all throughout this race. When Ella Barron ran 15:49, she also went under 36 minutes that same day, 34:57. She was 20th in cross country. She was 5th in the 3K and 17th. She was 5th in the 5K, 17th in the 3K, and she'll be in the 5K on Saturday. But Ari Marks, here we go, game on.
Ari Marks responding to the move with a little move of her own. I mean, you have to wonder, Parker opens the race up, and at some point these other athletes are just going to say, you know what, game on. We're not slowing it back down. It's full gas from here to the finish.
And we've been in this position before where Ari bid her time in that 5K, slowly made up the move, and we had watched back to that race, and we were both saying, Ari, go, and she put the brakes on. Here, a different story. She continues to move up and push the pace here. Cassie Parker hasn't been in this position before.
That was an 80-second last lap. I imagine this lap may even be a tad quicker. We'll wait and see when they come around. But, yeah, Parker, I don't want to say on the ropes because there's still a lot of race left to go. But this is the first time she's seen a gap open up, and Marks is opening quite a gap. I don't know, 20 meters?
She hasn't lost to a D3 runner in her main distance events in a long time.
Ari Marks is breathing through her nose. She's not even mouth breathing right now.
She is putting in the work right now. A sizable lead is, she's a savvy enough racer to know what she has left, as you were talking about. And wow, this is growing.
Yeah, let's see what this lap is. I want to get a split because you want to make sure that the surge is realistic, right?
Yeah. What do we got? 79. Wow.
Which was pretty consistent to the lap before. So through 7,600 meters in a 79. Ari Marks with a 25, 30-meter lead and growing.
And Alex Ross just went around Cassie Parker and Fiona Smith. So not only is this kind of big for the national record holder in the 10K for her own individual success, but we've been talking about this team battle here with Wisconsin lacrosse bringing 21 athletes. Sky Digman netting a positive 8 points when she was really only projected 2 from discus. Cassie right now coming in, that should have been this could have been 10 points. Right now, she's looking at 5. It's cut in half.
Parker's under some serious pressure right now, and Marks is going to gain some serious confidence now by being out alone. She knows at this point that Parker has not responded to the move, and we even saw Alex Ross there start opening up a little bit of a gap in second. We'll get another view on her here pretty soon, but I think they're starting to maybe sense some weakness out of the defending national champion.
Yeah, they're pushing down the pace right now. Again, and then I mentioned Wisconsin lacrosse. Hopkins now.
Another 79 right there.
Another 79. The pedal is down. Alex Ross, 6th coming into this. That's 3 points. Right now, she's in 2nd. That's a +5. So they're getting points where they didn't think points would be right now. I mean, obviously, the race is still going on. But as it stands right now, Fiona Smith is slowly trying to catch back up to Alex Ross here in 2nd right now. As you see, Ari Marks continues to pull away. I wonder if some of these lap runners are wondering where Cassie Parker is, and this is Ari Marks, but we knew this was coming from indoors. We sensed it a little bit.
Yeah, you could tell that this was a plan that they had formulated going in. Well, I mean, kind of like I was talking about earlier, somebody making like a long sustained push because they maybe don't want it to come down to a kick. And honestly, these lapped runners are really going to benefit Marks because she's going to have a mark to look up to.
Oh,
whoa, see what I did there?
I like that.
And she's going to have some people to chase, even though, they're obviously in different races. She's going to have some figures to key off of. Her lead is only growing.
We're witnessing, wow, it's going to make for a crazy 5K then. We're not done yet here, but
78.
she is whittling this down. What was that last? Does she run a mile yet? Her last mile on paper would be 5:16.
Yep.
With some change, maybe 5:17 after the change is added to it. But a 5:16 mile here in the middle of a 10K.
And we're in the final mile of this race now.
Ari Marks running away from the national record holder.
She looks so good. She's looking better and better the farther we get into this race.
I lost track of where. Oh yeah, she's a
They're
wow.
they're coming around here, yeah.
But that's the pack right there. She's 50 meters or more ahead of the rest of the pack right now. It's Fiona Smith, Alex Ross, Cassie Parker. It looks like they picked up. No, she's 100 meters ahead almost.
Yeah, we'll try to get you another view of that, of positions 2, 3, 4, and we'll try to get a read of how they're looking. But Marks is charging down. She's trying to put this away now with 3 laps to go, I believe.
All right, so you tell me when she crosses the finish line.
I'm watching, Stu.
I'll tell you about the backpack.
And we are crossing the finish line now.
90-meter lead
90-meter lead.
with 3 laps to go.
Mark's absolutely charging. We've got a visual now of in the booth of 2, 3, 4. They're packed up. Parker is sitting in 3rd currently on the shoulder of Fiona Smith. But there's no reaction here. It looks like they've resigned themselves to a battle for 2nd.
Wow.
Yeah, what a race here by Ari. 2nd indoors over and over and over. 2nd in cross country. She didn't come here to be 2nd tonight.
Nope. 3 runner-up finishes in a row and 1,000 meters to go until her first national title. And she is kind of sentencing a little smile on
All right,
her
here
face.
we've got a visual on the chase pack now. Fiona Smith is pulling them along. They look good, but Marks is just charging.
Her lead now is 100 meters. She's over 100 meters now. She's well onto the home stretch as they are now they're not even crossing the steeple pit. Yeah, she's well 100 meters over. 800s to glory.
She may be starting to breathe through her mouth a little bit now.
She's human.
She's human after all. Let's see this split. All right, so her last 4 laps, 77, 77, 78, 79.
Wow.
So
Ari Marks making a statement here, putting in the work between indoor and outdoor. Doesn't want to be called a runner-up anymore. She wants to be called a champion, and she's making her presence known.
This battle for 2nd is going to be pretty interesting, too, because those 3 women are packed up very tightly.
Yeah,
Wow.
We'll have a good, long 100 meters or so to make sure we can watch it as Alex Ross now taking 2nd with a little bit of a move as Ari Marks makes her penultimate home stretch.
Absolutely charging, shoulders rolling. She's tried over and over and over to get this victory. I mean, imagine spending your career going up against Cassie Parker every time and to still come out swinging like this. I mean, this is an inspiring run.
This is incredible. You love to see it.
She takes the bell.
The D3 champion. She's never mind. 3350.
Did they didn't? Okay.
There's the bell.
I was like, they didn't ring the bell. I wasn't.
She's got a shot to get under 35 minutes here, which would be a strong 10K. Ari Marks, runner-up in cross country, runner-up in the 5K, runner-up in the 3K. Cassie Parker now takes over second place as they are coming up on the bell lap. The lead has grown to 150 meters. The national record holder is going to get second here potentially with Alex Ross and Fiona Smith on her heel, but Cassie Parker begins to pull away. But Ari Marks, it's all about Ari Marks now, last 200 meters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is resilience. This is refusing to be beaten. This is showing up over and over and over again. Let's stand up in your living rooms, wherever you are. Round of applause for Ari Marks as she enters the home stretch.
We'll see what type of celebration Ari has here. But as the smile and the emotion overtakes her, what a great and gutsy race to come after the national record holder, to come after the three-time champion. She was a runner-up in cross, runner-up in the 5K, runner-up in the 3K, and now Ari Marks, your 10K national champion.
There, the arms outstretched. What a run. We shift our attention back on the track real quick for the battle for second. We were waiting to see Parker. She's closing pretty hard here. It's kind of dark where we're.
Yeah, she's on the home stretch
Yep,
now.
there she is.
She'll take second. Alex Ross will take third. Fiona Smith fourth as Cassie Parker comes into your screen right now to finish runner-up. Alex Ross third. Fiona Smith fourth. It looks like Clara Mayfield will be fifth here as she crosses the line. Emma Walter, the gutsiest race outside of Ari Marks, is going to finish sixth here.
No, you feel good about that. Snagged an All-American
After
award.
everything that she's done. And now Hostiger is going to finish seventh here if we find her where she is. Yep, she's going to finish seventh here. She came in as number 15, and she's going to finish seventh, followed by Anna Tucker in eighth. Wow. I wonder what they're talking about right now down on the sidelines there. Hostiger came into the race 15th. She's the only one beside, and Emma Walter was 10th. Everyone else who was in an All-American position became an All-American, or outside of All-American was just those two.
Yeah, this was really a great race. Consistency was rewarded. Hard moves were rewarded. Yeah, in not ideal conditions. These women ran it super tough. You see the aftermath of the bodies on the track now.
Wow, what a race. Wow, that was just insane. Ari Marks, Cassie Parker makes a decisive move at the 2 mile mark. And Ari Marks and Fiona Smith and Alex Ross go with her.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ari Marks says, "You like that was your move, here's mine."
Yeah, you have to imagine maybe Cassie Parker wasn't feeling amazing and decided just to test it a little bit just to see if she could get away with it. And no, Marks and Ross and Smith closed that move down and countered it. So just a super brave move.
If my unofficial split of 1750 is accurate, that means she ran a 17-minute last 5K, but majority of that came from the last 2 miles.
Yeah, I mean, she was running 77s just
and
over
there's
and over.
Frances Schaeffler of Chicago. Frances finished 15th here as she waved to the camera. And there's Amy O'Sullivan from Westfield State. Man, if you think the national record holder was in jeopardy going into this race in the women's, is Alex Phillip in trouble now in the men's 10K?
Stu, I think we can only say yes.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible right now.
We haven't seen a step of the race now, but I think we can only say yes just to build the drama for it. I mean, wow.
The top 4 men in the 1500 are not in the final. Cassie Parker finishes second in the 10K. Anything is possible right now.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. We're at the national meet. Like, Stu, I think another thing we haven't talked about today is that this meet comes at, like, kind of a tiring time for a lot of these athletes. A lot of the upperclassmen, the seniors, would have just graduated this weekend or last weekend. I mean, this is a crazy time in the lives of a lot of these athletes, and that can sometimes spill onto the track, and upsets can happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were talking with some athletes. They just finished finals. Some athletes graduated on Saturday. There's a pole vaulter from Washington and Lee who will compete. Oh, there's Ari. What a great spot of Ari right there, the
Just
national
sneaks
championship.
Sneaks a smile in there.
To mention how crazy this is for some of these athletes, Joe O'Connor from Washington and Lee graduates today, competes tomorrow. So he's going to drive from Virginia over to Ohio to make sure he competes in the pole vault.
All right, well, that was quite the epic, but we're shifting our attention now back to the track for the men's 10,000-meter final. Stu, let's run through these names.
Yep. Graham Tui Gatos of Williams, TK Burhi of Laverne, Sam Craig of UChicago, Peter Weiss, George Fox, Alex Phillip, John Carroll, Tyler Morris, Colby, Colin Monahan, Puget Sound, Jamie Daly, John Carroll, Simon Hayes, Wilmington, Gunnar Schlender, Wisconsin, Whitewater, Benjamin White, Whittier, Elias Lindgren, Williams, Jeffrey Love, Connecticut College, Ethan Gregg, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Spencer Schultz, Wisconsin Stout, Henry Myers, UChicago, David Fossbender, Wisconsin Whitewater, Spencer Moon, Simpson, Enrique Salazar, Manchester, and Stephen Levy out of Carleton.
If you're just joining us, we are at the Spire Institute in Geneva, Ohio. Conditions for these 10Ks are reasonable, if not a little humid. Low 70s temperature, 75% humidity, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds. They'll be running into a slight headwind on the home stretch.
And we'll get you some fast facts about these fast runners here as the first few laps go to kind of set the tone for who's in this race. So to give perspective, Alex Phillip won the cross-country national title. He won the 5K indoors. He won the 3K indoors. So he is looking to make history. He's made history in indoors as the only D3 runner, at least on the men's side, to win cross-country, to win 5K, to win the 3K. He'll continue to make history if he wins today.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we saw in the women's race with Cassie Parker entering the race kind of head and shoulders above everybody else. His 28:48 seed time is the only seed time under 29 minutes. He's got a solid 40 seconds above the number 2 seed, which is Jamie Daly from John Carroll, his teammate.
Yeah, he's third all-time in the 10K. In the 5K, he broke it indoors and broke it outdoors, so he's the only D3 athlete besides Ian Lemire to complete that feat as Ben White out of Whittier takes the early lead. Whittier is out in California.
He comes in with a 29:42 seed time and PB. I mean, yeah, we're going to see the same kind of tactics go into this race. Alex Phillip can dictate if he wants to, and everybody else is going to have to come up with a reactionary plan.
Yeah, as you see, it's all grouped up there.
The brakes are coming on here.
They are feeling confident in what this pace is feeling like, and that's Simon Hayes out of Wilmington in the all green. Simon was 5th in cross country, and he was the first one out of the indoor 3K. We've been talking about how unprecedented some of these times are. He ran 8:19 in the 3K and didn't qualify. He ran 14:19 in the 5K this year, didn't qualify. He's in the 10K. He's the 5th seed, and he's taking the lead right now.
It's good to see him in there. Like, he'll definitely be out for some redemption after some narrow misses and looking to really capitalize on this opportunity. Another cool storyline are the 2 Williams teammates who are in this race. One slightly more experienced in Elias Lindgren, who was the runner-up in cross-country to Alex Phillip this fall, and then his young teammate who comes in with a pretty quick seed. I'll have to double-check and see what it is.
Yeah, he's run 14:08 in the 5K. He ran a qualifier of 29:47 earlier in the year, and he's a true freshman. He ran 14 flat indoors. So he's ready to mix it up here. The other true freshman in the field, this is a fun story too, Noah. TK Burhi out of Laverne, he ran to qualify, he ran 29:56. At the time that he ran 29:56, his 5K PR, 15:11.
Wow.
I was talking with his coach before the race. His two fastest 5Ks came from the 10K. And now he has a 14:33 5K PR.
These men are very bunched up. You see some arms going up. You see some checking going on. Nobody really wants to take the pace yet. Of course, as I say that, Alex Phillip hits the lead. I'm not sure if this is a real injection of pace yet or if he really just wants to string it out a little bit to get out of trouble.
Yeah, and went right with them there was David Fossbender of UW Whitewater. Fossbender is coming in with the 11th seed. He was 6th in cross country, and he was 3rd and 5th in the indoor 3K and 5K, just one of 3 athletes to be a double All-American. And another good fact about David, his sister is competing in the 800. We'll see her tomorrow. Paige.
A family affair.
A family affair here at Geneva, Ohio, as Monahan from Puget Sound is in 2nd place.
And Fossbender, to go back to him for a second, like he ran really courageous races indoors too. Like he faded a little bit to the places where he ended up after really putting himself in it for a win. And so if this does get going and turn into a real quicker pace throughout this 10K, Fossbender is a guy who you expect to see until he just literally breaks.
Yeah, he's a grinder. You know, he is willing to put himself out there. He had 2 teammates in that 5K with him. Gunnar Schlender, who's in this race. Christian Patska, who we saw in the steeple. And there's a good view of Schultz there from Stout. Sam Craig of UChicago and joins that mix of 5 athletes, and that's Gatos Tui out of there's a big injection of pace in the pack behind, as Jamie Daly will enter your screen potentially here as he bridges the gap from the back of the pack to now one full train.
Tui Gatos, the freshman, sitting there in 4th. I mean, if you're going to pay attention to Division III running over the next few years, this is a name you're going to have to become familiar with.
Yeah, he is ready to mix it up with anyone and everyone here. Not afraid to go after it. He was a sub-9 guy in high school, so he is very talented. As Alex Phillip taking a different approach than Cassie Parker did. They went through that first mile just under 5 minutes and 4:54. That was a 67 lap. So they started the race off as a 76, 79, and now they went 71, 67. So that could hurt some people. It's early, but
when I first saw Phillip compete at a national level, he kind of made me nervous because he's really fidgety runner, right? He's like shaking his arms out, he's blowing his nose, he's adjusting his shorts or whatever. And I kind of took that as a sign he wasn't feeling good. But I was wrong. I was totally wrong.
Yeah, and he is now, I look down at our notes, look back up, and the gap has formed. It's him, Colin Monahan, and David Fossbender. Ben White is leading the rest of the 17 folks here in the field. You know, we saw Nikki Andrews do this in the indoor 3K. He was fresh. He didn't want to deal with anyone. He wanted to bring the pain and went off the front. He eventually was caught with 3 laps to go, but still finished an All-American position. This feels a little different, though. Alex Phillip was off the front, and Alex Phillip most likely doesn't come back to you.
How about Colin Monaghan? Does this seems like he may be a little bit out of his depth. He's putting himself in a position to exceed what he's ever done before.
Yeah, it's interesting. Colin Monahan literally was the first person to break 30 minutes in the 5K. He qualified on March 4th.
In the 10K.
Excuse me, in the 10K, yes. He ran 29:52 on March 4th, and then just kind of chilled out for a little bit. He ran some 8:15 doubles. He ran at his conference meet to the 10K, 5K double. His PR in the 5K now is 14:12. So he's in this new sense of that he has a massive new PR. He dropped 20 seconds off his 5K. We will see him in the 5K on Saturday. And so maybe he's like, this is my time to shine. I've put in the work. I got my qualifier out of the way. I only had one run, an easier 10K earlier in the season, later in the season, and now I'm ready to go for it. As we say that, though, the pack's coming back.
Yeah, Phillips slowed that lap up 2 or 3 seconds. So, I mean, much like we saw in the women's race where the packs kind of drifted apart and came together, if Phillip takes his foot off the gas, and it doesn't look like he's going to get any help here, that pack could very well come back to him. And we saw Gatos make the decision earlier to leave this front pack when they ran, what did they run, like 67?
Yeah.
He made a decision pretty quick to drop back there. And so that could be some of these athletes just reading these conditions and knowing that 67, 68 this early into a 10K could just be a little hot.
And we had Jamie Daly on the podcast here, and you try to do your job in media and learn about some of the tactics that are on play, but he held his cards close as he doesn't want his competitors to know what their team tactics are. Maybe this is part of the plan that Alex takes it early. Jamie, he slows it down. Jamie brings it back and try to put some sting into these legs that we saw in the women's 10K. I mean, Cassie's plan, maybe that was her plan and it came back to haunt her here, but now we see Monahan kind of regroup in that pack. He maybe thinks it's a little too hot, but as we mentioned, the grinder, David Fossbender from UW Whitewater, going with Alex Phillip.
Yeah, I don't think Fossbender is going to make that decision that a couple other athletes have made, that maybe slightly safer decision, much safer decision to drop back into this pack. I think Fossbender is going to hang out. We'll see if Phillip decides that he wants to press his advantage here or not. I mean, he only has to lose one more athlete, and he's got a pretty clear solo effort for a national championship.
So you're David Fossbender, right? You're in this 10K right now. You're going toe-to-toe with Alex Phillip. David Fossbender, despite running under 14 minutes, he ran 14:18 at the Platteville Invite this year. He's not in the Saturday final of the 5K.
Yeah.
This is his only race of the weekend as they come through in 9:37 at 3,200 meters. If you're David, you have nothing to lose right now. You are hanging out with Alex Phillip for as long as possible, and if there's an opening to make a move on the reigning national champ from indoors, you take it.
Honestly, if I'm Fossbender, the more of an advantage you get over the pack right now, the better. If I were him, I may even be inclined to share the lead for a little while, just to create an even bigger gap. And if you fade late in the race, I mean, you still have a really solid second place. Or if you catch Phillip on an off night, you've got a chance to really take it to him for the win without having to worry about, the charging peloton behind him.
Yeah, I mean, that was what Nikki Andrews did in the 3K, and we mentioned it again. Like, he went for it, fell back, but was still an All-American, finishing, I believe, 6th. So, you got to go for it. The wind's slightly picking up a little bit on the home stretch here. The distance faithful are still out in force here, as we have a two-man race right now with 18 other people. But here comes Ben White putting the head down. He's followed by Jamie Daly, Simon Hayes, Tyler Morris, Ethan Gregg, Jeffrey Love, Colin Monahan. I mean, everyone. You know who we haven't talked about at all? Elias Lindgren.
Yeah, I was gonna bring him up for sure. I mean, runner-up in cross country. He was at the indoor national meet, was definitely not at his best coming off an injury. He seems to have had solid training coming into this meet tonight, and I don't think the fact that he's in that pack is necessarily an indication that anything is wrong. I think he's probably just playing it kind of conservative, but when he's at his best and he's feeling good, he's naturally a very aggressive runner. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him float to the front of that pack and try to close down this gap at some point if we're catching him on a good night.
We mentioned how deep this field is on the distance side of things. The hardest ever field to make was in 2021, where the 20th spot was 30-23. This year, last time in, because there was one scratch, 29-57.
Sub 30.
And Elias Lindgren is that 20th person. The runner-up in cross-country is 20th heading into this race, and he's on the back end biding his time of a pack of 15 runners there in the middle of this race, as 2 are up front. That's about 14 runners are all packed up together here as David and Alex Phillip continue to press on. And something that we learned about Alex Phillip after talking to him on the D3 Glory Days podcast. You know, as he shakes out his arms, he writes endure on his arm, and he looks at it periodically throughout the race when it is getting hard, because he wants to remember to work hard and to run for people in his life. He also writes down some names of people he's running for in certain races as well. Are these new John Carroll singlets, by the way?
They're the same color scheme, but they may be new.
They look different than indoors. Anyway, they're kind of cool.
They're settling into a consistent 71 second tempo up front. And honestly, the pack behind, they're running 71, 72, and so they're not losing that much time every lap, but they're definitely not eating into this lead. And we're getting further and further into this race. They're going to run out of time to really press much of an advantage. And it seems like every lap we go by, we shed somebody off of this pack.
Slowly but surely, they're breaking off. Everyone has a breaking point at some point. And right now, Gunnar Schlender, who was an indoor All-American, is kind of falling off that path. This just shows how deep of a field this is right now, how deep D3 running is. It took under 30 minutes to make this national meet. They went through a 9:37, the leaders did, in the 3200. So any high school runners out there that are looking at colleges, you want to run at a D3 national meet and your PR is 9:45? Well, they just went through a 9:37. So keep that into consideration during your college search.
We are just whittling down the athletes in that chase pack, lap by lap. Phillips still looking strong. Fossbender, much as we predicted early on in this broadcast, is just hanging on. You're not going to see any gap until he's just absolutely broken.
And they're coming up on 3 miles here on the track.
Yeah, we'll pay attention and get a 5K split.
We'll get you an accurate 5K split here, as we won't talk through the one. So 14:23 through 3 miles. So roughly, what is that, like 4:47 pace?
Listen to these last 4 laps. 71:40, 71:37, 71:43, 71:56, 71:54. They're just clockwork. This is just a relentless tempo.
Yep, and they're going to be a little bit over 15 minutes here through the first 5K or so. We'll see if it turns into a negative split or not. Probably in the 15 O's, as we just are about, right at it. 58, all right.
Yeah.
So they're right on a 30-minute pace, 29:56. So if you think about it here, if majority of the field is in that 9:50 range, you know, they're keeping things honest.
The field is still losing about a second per lap, give or take, right now. And so at some point you gotta stop the bleeding, or they're going to be well out of it. I mean, they're going to round this turn 50, 60, 70 meters behind.
Yeah, and at that point, then it kind of turns into that women's 5K race we saw where it grouped up and you had to battle out for All-American points, as it's starting to even, as here comes Ben White around the entire pack. Great shot there of what just happened. So he's going to take this field out. Tyler Morris, Ethan Gregg going right with him. Jamie Daly's in that pack as well. I see Simon Hayes, Graham Tui-Gatos, Elias Lindgren, Jeffrey Love, all in it as well. Spencer Moon is in that pack too, and there's one singlet I can't recognize here that is in the pack as well. Might be a Chicago runner.
If we could even follow the chase pack down the backstretch, that would be great.
Here's a great stretch of who's in it right now. That was Ben White. Here it is again. Ben White, Tyler Morris, Jamie Daly from right to left, Ethan Gregg, Jeffrey Love, Graham Tui-Gatos, Simon Hayes, Elias Lindgren. That's Enrique Salazar there right behind Elias Lindgren, and then Spencer Moon from Simpson.
We've got a gap growing out front now.
Yep. As we pan to the chase pack, the move has been made, and if this is a decisive move, Fossbender has 4,400 meters by himself to think about what he's going to do here.
That was only another 71. So like we said, Fossbender was going to stay until he broke. That could be happening now.
And that was a great shot of Jamie Daly looking up and seeing the move made, and now the pace has kind of picked up. They're starting to string out there, and that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 3 through 10 now have to work together. They smell blood.
Yeah.
And they have 50 or 60 meters to catch this guy over 4,000 meters or 4,200 meters left.
Yeah, so Fossbender dropping off the lead, I think, has a couple of effects. One, Phillip is going to see it and gain confidence, and he's going to want to press his advantage. You see him looking over his shoulder. But two, the group is going to pick up their pace now because there's something to really chase. And so it'll be interesting, like, can Phillip pick it up as much as the chase pack? Will they eat into his advantage? He looks really strong right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4,000-meter victory lap, most likely, unless Fossbender can find something to get him out of this funk that he's currently going through. I know the dark thoughts start to creep in when the leader breaks away. You have a peloton behind you.
Phillip, he's not picking it up at all. That was a 72.
Yeah, Fossbender goes to 75. And what's Jamie Daly's split going to be here?
71.
So
they're finally eating into it.
4 seconds there. And I'm sure Kyle Basista of John Carroll is letting them know that they are gaining on Fossbender. Alex Phillip. So we mentioned this, that at the top of the hour of the show, based on entries, so we look at the top 8 in each event, score it out as if that's the final. John Carroll came into this tied with Wartburg for 40, and I don't believe their 4x1 or Garrett Clark was factored into it, both of whom make the final, both of whom need to beat at least one team or one person to get points. They get 2 into the steeple final, and now they have at least, most likely, 10 points right now. And what can Jamie Daly do to secure more points for them as they are gaining on David Fossbender's shadow as Tyler Morris from Colby College takes the lead, followed by fellow NESCAC competitor Jeffrey Love of Conn College, Jamie Daly to his left, Graham Tui Gatos, and Elias Lindgren in the mix, as well as Ethan Gregg. So that's 1, 2, plus 6. So that's your All-American pack as Ben White and Simon Hayes are falling off the pack here of All-American contention.
They're definitely going to catch Fossbender. They're putting 3 to 4 seconds into him every lap, and so that gap looks big, but it'll come down pretty quick. Phillip still just kind of on that steady 72 tempo. He's not necessarily gaining in the advantage right now, but he's not losing anything either.
So they're down by 7 seconds right now, and if they're catching 3 to 4 laps, we can expect them to potentially catch Fossbender, not this lap, but the next lap, if they continue this trend of 3 to 4 seconds per lap. As Alex looks like he is out for a tempo workout with 8 laps to go, 3,200 meters. As he takes a look back, and Ben White is back. Ben White went from out of it to leading the chase pack now. The rep from California taking the lead of that chase pack. And Fossbender is going to... Here's a big moment now for Fossbender.
Yeah.
He's definitely losing momentum. He's going to get eaten up on this lap. You have to reattach.
If you want to be an All-American.
If you want to be an All-American, you have to get on this pack, reattach yourself, and take a chance. Because you're going to maybe run the same splits as them, but you're going to do it from behind. You'd rather do it with them than without them. But he has a little grimace now on his face. His cadence has slowed. Yeah, they're going to catch him by the turn or before the turn.
Yeah, I expect they'll go right around. He's been steady running 75s. It would be so hard to pick it back up, but we know he's a tough athlete.
So the chase pack has now eaten up David Fossbender. What a gutsy and courageous move. This is his only race of the weekend. He went with one of the best runners in D3 right now, and the pack is... So here's the thing, too. The pack should go around him, and not... Yep, they are. And he's just going to get swallowed up.
Yeah, you see him going around on both sides. And these guys, they'll be counting. They know that there's 7 in their group. They know that whoever's on the back of the group is in that last All-American position. And they're pretty...
Oh, Alex Phillip fell.
Did he fall? What?
He fell.
He fell?
Not sure what happened there. Can we run that back potentially in race or no? Yeah, can you? That'd be great. So we're going to pull that back really quick because we did miss that here. Alex Phillip goes down. He's his back bib is off now. I wonder what happened here. With coming down, he'll have 6 laps to go. Took a tumble.
I wonder if he collided with
A
the
lapped runner.
runner,
What happened?
or he stepped on the.
Stepped on the rail. Uh-oh, he's starting to grimace here. He's got 6 laps to go.
Still a huge
2,400
advantage.
meters, mile and a half. And here's the look now at what happened here as we take
Oh, he twisted his
he's
ankle on
twisted
the
his
rail.
ankle.
And he's back up.
And he's back
Oh,
up.
you saw him kind of clap his hands there as he got back up. He knows that was kind of a silly mistake. It didn't. I mean, it cost him, looks like, 4 seconds on the lap. He got up pretty quick. It's tough to get back into that rhythm, but he's got such a huge advantage.
Those big Vaporfly heels caught the
man.
rail there.
That's tough.
Never seen that. But yeah, we're he's on the backstretch there. Yeah, he's got a fairly substantial lead as Jamie Daly is putting the hammer down on the backstretch. Alex Phillip continues to lead here. So it looks like it's Jamie Daly, Graham Tui Gatos, Ethan Gregg, Tyler Morris, Elias Lindgren, and Ben White are your 2 through 8. I wonder what, with 5 laps to go, 2K, can Alex hang on?
I'm curious to see what this lap is because he doesn't look amazing right now.
I mean, he completely twisted his ankle.
I know. It's amazing that he recovered.
And Jamie Daly is pulled away. This is big for team. This could be 18 points.
That was a 72 from Phillip, so we'll see what Daly's running. Daly gained another 2 seconds there. I don't know.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I don't know. 2K to go?
And coming up into third now is Ethan Gregg from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Tyler Morris, Elias Lindgren.
This is possible for Jamie Daly. He's only 12 seconds down, and he's gaining 2 seconds a lap.
And he is pulling away. Ethan Gregg is doing a great job of pulling away from that backpack as well. Maybe we can get a glance here of the chase pack on the home stretch.
Phillip is going to be put under some pressure.
There it is on the curve there. Ethan Gregg, Tyler Morris, Elias Lindgren, and Graham Tui Gatos. NESCAC has a chance to get at least one top 3. They're going to have 3 All-Americans right now, at least right here. But Alex Phillip twisting his ankle, and Jamie Daly running down, but they also aren't giving up either. Jamie Daly doesn't have this second place in the bag yet. Ethan Gregg leading out Tyler Morris, Elias Lindgren, and Graham Tui Gatos as Tyler Morris overtakes Ethan Gregg into the chase pack.
Let's see, Daly clawed back a second on that lap. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's possible, but he's got to really, really move.
I mean, if everyone at home saw that ankle twist and bend, that a way an ankle shouldn't bend. So
just a momentary lapse of concentration going around the left runner there. I mean, who can blame him for that? He is.
And here's the chase pack. Jamie Daly made a big move, but now Tyler Morris, Ethan Gregg, Elias Lindgren, and Graham Tui Gatos are smelling Daly coming back to them a little bit by bit.
Tui Gatos went backwards pretty quick on that last lap, if I'm judging that correctly. So be interesting to see how he can hang on there for 5th.
Yeah, and because he's got Ben White coming on him for 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Ben White's in 7th here. It looks like Jeffrey Love is in 8th. He'll be in your Connecticut College singlet in blue coming down the home stretch right now as Alex Phillip continues to lead on the backstretch.
Phillip and Daly both ran 71.34s, so exactly equivalent. Looks like Phillip has it back under control now, but he gave us a little bit of scare there, losing some time.
So something we haven't talked about Tyler Morris yet. He was 11th in cross country. He was in the top 10 in cross country, and he's only raced twice outdoors. He got his 10K mark, he got his 5K mark, and that was it. He was 10th in the 5K indoors and was 7th in cross country. So he's
big move here in the chase pack.
Elias Lindgren coming.
Elias Lindgren in 4th.
Graham Tui Gatos in 6th. But here comes Ben White trying to catch up. As a great view of Alex Phillip from a different angle. And here's a Chicago winner, Henry Myers. Here's Jamie Daly. Tyler Morris, Elias Lindgren. 2 laps to go. This is big. Tyler Morris is gaining on Jamie Daly. Elias Lindgren, the cross-country runner-up, is back after a disappointing 5K. He's at least going to be in the top 4, most likely, with 70, what would that be? 650 meters to go?
Tyler Morris was the fast lap there at the 69, definitely making some moves back there. But, yeah, great run for Elias here, kind of avenging the demons of indoors.
I don't want to say anything, but they're only 50 meters back from Alex Phillip. If they do something crazy here in this last lap, and Alex doesn't know, watch out. But Alex should be okay, but the gap is dwindling. And Tyler Morris, and shout out to the lap runners moving out into lane 2 to let these guys race right now. Jamie Daly, and here comes Tyler Morris. They're going to come into your screen here shortly. Here's Alex Phillip, and Tyler Morris goes around. Oh my gosh.
It's not totally over.
They smell blood.
It's not totally over.
Tyler Morris is going to go for it.
Phillip ran a 73 there.
They're only 7 seconds back.
They gained 4. Morris gained 4 seconds on Phillip there. It's a big gap though.
We've seen some crazier things happen in track and field. Alex has to be hurting with that ankle. Tyler Morris, Jamie Daly. Here's a great angle of coming forward. You can see them battling for a second. Alex is doing everything that he can to hold on, and I think he will, but they are charging hard. Jamie Daly is charging hard. Tyler Morris is charging hard, and Elias Lindgren in 4th. It's so hard to tell, but it's going to cut. I don't know. He's
closing.
He's got enough room.
Phillip has got enough room.
But
wow.
Here's Jamie Daly charging down. Your cross-country national champion, your indoor 5K national champion, your indoor 3K national champion is now the men's outdoor 10K national champion, Alex Phillip. Jamie Daly 2nd, Tyler Morris 3rd.
An embrace
18
at the line.
points for the team. Holy moly, what an embrace. Twisting an ankle. Graham Tui Gatos in 5th, Elias Lindgren in 4th, Ethan Gregg in 6th.
The John Carroll boys collapsing to the track. Really cool moment there when you saw Alex Phillip turn around at the line because he knew that Daly was there, and they just had a great moment. What a tough run from Alex Phillip. Dominated Division III distance running this year. Overcame that adversity. Look at the finishing time. Wait, no, that's not right. 3 seconds. He got within 3 seconds at the end.
Wow, yeah, Alex Phillip isn't up there. He's 30:02 on the live results at home. Jamie Daly 3:05. Wow, edging out Tyler Morris. There's Alex Phillip, your national champion.
He wants the camera to go away. I think we may be about to get sick. But what a run there. I mean, to get that advantage, to pull that advantage out early, and to hold on to it, even though they were putting time into him over the course of that race. I mean, that was super inspiring to overcome the adversity of that fall too.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen someone trip on their own ankle. Man, I wonder how the ankle is.
I'm sure I bet he feels nothing right now with the adrenaline of the race going through him, but it will come into play in the 5K.
Oh, for sure. The 5K is up for grabs now, potentially, if that ankle is bruised or swollen here. Wow, we've almost seen we saw one big upset. We almost saw a second upset.
If that race was 1 lap longer,
oh, for sure,
Daly would be your national champion. He ran a 66 to close. Tyler Morris ran a 67 to close. Phillip ran a 70. We saw him kind of stop at the line a little bit, but yeah, that was super impressive.
And then you see there the rest of the All-Americans, Elias Lindgren is 4th. Graham Tui Gatos 5th. Ethan Gregg 6th. Benjamin White 7th. Jeffrey Love 8th. So, Alex Phillip, your national champion. Unless they protest that, who knows? I don't think they can, right? There's no cause for that.
Benjamin White was on my flight here, and I overheard his dad saying that he had graduated the night before the flight.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There was Graham Tui Gatos there, the true freshman, finishing in 5th. Williams with some points here. They're going to make up for missing out on Aiden Ryan. We'll see if we'll see Aiden Ryan in the 5K or not. He looked like he was limping down that home stretch.
Yeah, I'm guessing that might have been his last hurrah in a D3 uniform.
Yeah, he will be transferring for grad school UW Washington. He will be a Husky with the Powell coaches.
As much as we hate to mention Division I programs on this
on
this network, but wow, what the first track finals of the evening on the first day of these 3-day national championships definitely delivered. We'll take one more look. We'll take one more look at that fall that Alex Phillip had, and just take a moment to appreciate the mental fortitude it took to overcome this fall. You see him rounding into the corner here, and just a momentary lapse of concentration.
Hits once,
and it just
slides.
Rolls.
Oh! If you're squeamish at home, we're sorry, but that's going to be a factor into the 5K.
Look how fast he got up.
Yeah.
Clapped the hands, kept going.
Yeah. The stout guy's like, what happened?
Yeah.
I wonder if he yelled something or not.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Wow, we've seen Cassie Parker finish 2nd. We've seen Alex Phillip go down. We've seen the top 4 in the men's 1500 not qualify for the final. We are in store for a crazy weekend.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the NCAA National Championships in Geneva, Ohio at the Spire Institute. We return to the field here to watch our men's 10K All-Americans climb aboard the award stand to receive their trophies.
In 8th, from Connecticut College, Jeffrey Love. In 7th, from Whittier, Benjamin White.
In 6th place, from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ethan Gregg.
In 5th place, the true freshman from Williams, Graham Tui Gatos. I was off by a little bit there, but Graham Tui Gatos steps up to the 5th place spot.
In 4th, also from Williams, joining his teammate on the awards stand, Elias Lindgren claims the 4th place trophy.
And your top 3 now in 3rd place from Colby College, Tyler Morris.
Second place from John Carroll. He was closing down hard at the end for a well-fought second place. Jamie Daly gets a hug from his coach there.
And you might have heard this before, your 10K national champion from John Carroll, Alex Phillip.
Such a good race, super compelling. All these athletes very well deserving, and Alex Phillip leaves. Well, no, he's not quite done yet, but he adds another national championship to a stellar resume.
Cross country, indoor 5K, indoor 3K, now 10K.
One to go.
One to go for the pent. I don't know what you call that, all 5.
Quintuple.
Quintuple.
Yeah.
For those that stuck around, thank you. What a great day 1 as Jamie Daly and Alex Phillip now stand up top the podium. 18 big team points as Kyle Basista, their coach, comes in. Big moment for the program. They'll have 2 in the steeplechase, the 4x1, a 200, and both these guys will be back in the 5K.
Well, that's all for day 1 of 3 here at the Spire Institute in Geneva, Ohio. We really appreciate you guys hanging out. Stu and I will be back tomorrow to bring you all of Friday's action. We'll see you then. Here's to the glory days.